as you know, surveying, especially elevation checks and all of that, is based solely on horizontals being parallel.
There we go.
Right? Well, that isn't a curve. Right? That, you know, that isn't what they do. They measure a drop in the vertical, don't they? When you're doing surveying on your measuring rods.
Hang on here. Let me think about this.
Yeah, you do.
If it's a change in the vertical, then what do you call that when you're measuring, when you're doing your surveying?
Hang on here. Let me think about this a minute.
Change in elevation.
Right, okay.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
Hang on here. Let me think about this a minute.
Oh, yeah. So drop any, would be a drop any direction you go. Earth is always dropping away from you.
So the water, you think the water level drops away from you?
There we go. Yeah, I know it. I've not seen a drawing from LIGO.
The nutsack thing is related to
either arm, an X or a Y.
Let's say 400
Go on the
meters.
west
How
arm and the
accurate
east
would
arm.
you be? Let's set in a horizontal.
It is designed to be 33.1 arc seconds from top to bottom at that distance.
Wait a minute. The elevation from the water level is always going to be the same.
They'll all intersect. Those three lines will intersect in the middle.
There we go.
Oh shit, Broncos went to bed a long time ago.
a nutsack drop is a pretty good demonstration of the globe.
There we go.
Just hang on here, let me think about this.
Go on.
Water level.
The water level is the most level.
The water level will show you level. You'll take your auto level then to the center of this array of level points that you've established. Set it at the center and then shoot both ends. You'll find out that they're dropping.
What, both ends of the water level lower
There we go.
than the middle?
We got a home.
You've got a hump.
Absolutely.
It's a hump.
Hang on here, let me think about this.
Got a home base.
Oh, wait. Oh, I'm sorry. God, I'm getting tired, Bev. Back up. That was wrong. That was something else I was thinking about.
33.1 arc seconds.
1 arc second, which at 400 meters would be in a vertical height of 12.6 millimeters. Buster. Hang on here, let me think about this.
What do you call a change in vertical in surveying?
Hang on here, let me think about this.
You know, like if there's a vertical distance change, what's that called?
Hang on here, let me think about this.
It's elevation and it's
so
measured
so
from
you've
sea
just
level.
said.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you've just said that the
And all of
water
them?
level changes in elevation
There we go.
from the point you're
The water
at.
level does. Yes, the water level will. Absolutely. Oh, yeah.
So it's
wait,
not
wait.
establishing a level.
Wait
a
Hold
minute.
on
I
a
think you
second.
might have got.
Hold
Whoa. Yeah.
Hold on.
Go on.
There we go.
Hold on.
Take a mulligan on that one. Let's try again.
Don't overtalk.
Hang on,
Don't
let me think
overtalk.
about
Don't
this.
panic.
Good.
Yeah, at 400 meters, the Earth curve is about 12.6 millimeters, so you're going to have to add that in.
Oh, yeah.
Add it into a horizontal. Where do you add it in?
Yeah, that's what I feel like a lot of times, Buster.
There we go. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you've just said that the
And all
water
of them?
level changes in
Hang on, let me
elevation
think about
from the point
The
you're
water
at.
level does. Yes, the water level will. Absolutely.
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no worries.
Yes, the water level will. Absolutely.
You're just on your own.
There we go. Oh,
No
yeah.
reason, no logic, no answers to question.
Hang on here, let me think about this.
You're just on your own.
Just so that, you don't lose me here. Let's say we have A, NA, and NP on your water level. Where are you going to put your water level?
Oh, yeah.
What? I'm not putting the auto level anywhere. Now those
For what?
horizontals-
Okay, wait, back up.
Whoa,
Back up.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Back up. No, wait, back up. Back up. No, wait, please.
Hey.
But on the curved Earth, what you just described is what we would see. We would have three different horizontals intersecting in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
And we are live. Welcome, everybody. It is Free for All Friday. I open the floor to anybody to come in and have a chat about anything you want. It has been a pretty big week, I would say. For me, anyway. Watching what's happened seems to have... what we've been doing seems to have snowballed within whatever to end up. Well, the conversations that are supposed to be happening are now beginning to happen. But the problem everybody doesn't realise just yet is that it's the conversation that can't happen. We have found existential cognitive veiling. Everybody else hasn't yet experienced that. They will. Once getting into the conversation, there's only one place a certain conversation can ever happen. That's here, because we deal in logic, and there are. I should write this down. Misologists everywhere, but I mean, I don't know whether it's a hatred of logic or just what logic is, you know, that because it's been so far removed that nobody actually understands what logic is anymore.
I think it's hatred. I think it's hatred for where logic can take someone.
Well, I don't know whether I say the other people that let's say they don't know, right? They don't know what's going on because logic has been taken away. So they can't have a hatred of something that they don't know what it is.
No, I'd agree with that. And I don't think everyone is a misologist.
Yeah.
I think the people we tend to run into around this arena definitely are misologists.
Well, that's where the difference between logic and the word, right? Because there's logos, which is much broader than just logic, I would say. Logos goes to the word, which also brings out the discussion, the conversation, the argument, you know, that sort of process. And it's that seems to get shut down. The moment you try to talk about these things, that's what happens. It just gets shut down. That conversation stops. The discussion, gone. And existential cognitive veiling. I'm pretty sure that there is something inbuilt into people to shy away from these sort of conversations or whatever.
Yeah, I think they hate the word, that's for sure. But it's more than that. They hate the road, the end where that word, where that system, that logic brings them. That's what I think they're in terror of. They're in fear of that.
It's the path, isn't it? It's that.
Yeah.
There's an end somewhere, so they get stuck on a bridge, and they're happy with the bridge.
Well, they set up the veil, don't they? They set up the existential cognitive veiling so that they don't even want to look at the end of the bridge. It's so terrifying. I'm with you, Essie. And then you're right that they'll make their house on the bridge. They'll live peacefully on the bridge. It'll be fine. Not only that, but they'll make sure they stop every traveler along the bridge to make sure they tell them, you know, there's nothing really good at the end of that bridge right there. Trust me when I tell you.
Yeah, but I mean, I say, we've been here, and what we've developed or what we've found is logic. Logos. Logos has brought us here. And that's the major talking point that we have. Like, Logos drives just about everything that we do. Or me, personally, I don't want to speak for everybody. But I know there is within this server, there's a lot of that sort of stuff. And the conversations and the discussions that we've had are being opened up into the greater community now. They've tried to hide it, but like eventually, the ones that hate the Logos they've tried to stop everybody else from trying to get a grip of it. They've tried to throw in this obfuscation. They've tried to confuse everybody with all of their shitty tactics, really. And now the people that the other people that have just been around the arena, they've sort of they're getting a grip of what's going on. I mean, it's become apparent that a certain side of this have got no argument. They can't access logic, so they can't make an argument. They can't predicate upon something that isn't real. So no argument. No argument means no debate. That means that there's something a bit strange that's been going on in this arena. I don't know what the what that is, right? That's the bit that should be up for discussion. It's become really apparent that something so simple is happening. It's just the plane of the horizon is obviously horizontal. That's where horizontal comes from. The horizon. And if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are obviously parallel to each other. That's the reasoning part of it. I mean, like, you cannot deny any of this. You can't rebut that sort of stuff. But, I mean, I'm finding now that people are telling me that's not an argument. There's no evidence for it. Just ridiculous claims. So the point that we're getting to now is the true Alice in Wonderland fantasy place, where in order to sustain the non-argument new debate arena that has been established, you have to go along with the fact that an argument isn't an argument, and you can contradict yourself at will within an argument to develop this debate arena. We are about to enter Alice in Wonderland. Go beyond the looking glass.
I think we're already there.
Yeah.
And I think that whatever we call pride, the emotions that we can kind of parallel to why we would say that we're prideful or that someone else is prideful, because we can recognize it from within ourselves. I think it's pride, whatever that is, because when you take logic into a debate, the truth is, if something has justifiable merit to be debated about,
you have to take logic into a debate. You can't not.
That's what I'm saying. So in a case where someone finds something arguable, if it's justified to argue about that thing because it's a thing and it exists, then there's only one truth about it, because it is whatever it is, right? So then there will be an opposing side, inevitably, for whatever reason, that will argue against truth. And when you point out to them, no, you don't have any proof for your claim, your redefining of reality. You just have a begging the question fallacy and the flipping of the burden of proof. That's all you have. So this weaker person, this person with the weaker position, and we know it has to be because only one side is vying for the truth, then I think the reason that they seem to be blind if they're not just straight out actors, then the only conclusion that I can make is that it's pride that doesn't allow them to see the fallacious logic.
Well, we may have a different understanding of what an argument is. I think an argument is for you to be able to string sentences, statements together within a syllogism, and have that as the argument. It's not just something you don't agree with. You have to actually formulate coherent sentences that are put together to make this argument. And then it is that argument that then gets discussed.
I agree.
Right. So when you realize that there is no argument for the globe, they literally cannot make an argument. They'll tell you that they have no proof. With their method of blue marble science, bunny ears, has no proof. And if it has no proof, proof comes at the end, the conclusion of an argument. A perfect argument has a proof with the truth value right at the end of it. And if they don't have that, then there's no truth of the globe. And if that's true, what's everybody been doing for so long? Why has it took this long for everybody to notice that they have no argument? There can be no debate.
See, that's the point that I got to a while ago. And so, maybe I'm considered grumpy in other servers, including my own 24/7, when I tell people that they argue to hear themselves, because this never was an argument. And I'll always preface this kind of conversation when I'm trying to have it with people, that there was never an argument past water at rest is level. There never was. Everyone should have gone, oh yeah, that's right. All these spells about space and balls and this and that, that's just dispelled now. That's what should have happened. And so when I got the opposition that horizontal is actually a claim, and that I would be begging the question for saying that water level, damn, how am I losing my words now? But water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference. Like, that's just what it is for everyday practical use ever. It's only these other people saying, well, actually level means this, that you would even feel the need to respond. And the only response should be, oh yeah, what proof do you have of that? Not, well, I'm going to prove this propositional statement true. How do you even do that?
But they don't have proofs. They'll tell you they have no proof. So it's no good asking them for proofs. They'll tell you they have no proof. And if they have no system to give them proof, then they don't have logic and they cannot formulate logical statements. Therefore, if you shouldn't be talking to people that cannot form logical, coherent sentences together to come up with a conclusion. I mean, what's the point of fucking arguing with anybody? If you listen to any of the stuff that we've been doing, talking to people, we've been showing everyone that these people are crazy. And they're only going to get more crazy, insane, with some of the stuff that they say.
So you guys and I are very alike then, and I only wish that I had been around longer or before, because I totally agree. In fact, I try to share with people that if you can't ascertain in 5 minutes whether or not you should continue a conversation with someone, then you're doing it wrong. Because the only reason a conversation a debate, quote unquote, would last more than 5 minutes is because everybody else is trying to interject, trying to win. When you know for a fact that we've been deceived. So it's like the level that we have, even me at times have gotten to, talking about something so obvious is kind of absurd. Then how many years now, right? Since the new awakening, I'll call it. So that's kind of how we got to the housekeeping question, because every time Chocolate said, I like how Bev, gets ballers in the city by saying water level creates a horizontal. Horizontals are the same everywhere. I'm like, I say the same shit. Like, what? Of course it is. Duh. So then when I was met with no, because if you say that the Earth is horizontal, then that's assuming that it's horizontal across the blah 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 blah. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? So a baller or somebody crazy can come along and say, no, level is equidistant in the center of the Earth, and so you can have divergent Venus and all this other crazy shit. And it's like, for them to say, prove that it's not the case over whatever X amount of distance is like somebody that you can say, have a nice day to. Not sit there and argue for the next 30 minutes.
You don't argue. That's the point.
Yeah.
You don't go to the negative side. You go to the positive side. You say level is horizontal. And then they say, oh, it's not. And you go, yes, it is. Here's the proof. Because you can have proof. It's obvious. In reality, proofs are obtainable.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the use in asking somebody for something that you know can't be true if you already have the proof of what is real? It's all backwards to me. The whole lot of it.
That's the thing, right? Is immediately a certain group of people will go to the imagination, and as soon as you go, this is why we've been working so hard on the trivium stuff, Elijah. If you've heard any of it, is because you go back to how grammar and logic and rhetoric work together to form coherent arguments, and you have a dialectic, a conversation, right? You, as Bev said earlier, you can't predicate. Well, you could say whatever the hell you want, right? But you can't make a coherent argument around something that doesn't exist. You just can't do that. And we've talked with people like Betty many times when he did it the other day, puts forth an argument that has a valid form but is completely illogical. As soon as that happens, you know it's not worth talking to him. If you're going to ignore reality that sits in front of you, and I can say, hey, I can take my spirit level out or a water level tool out and ask any Joe Schmo on the street if I set it up in its level, and I'd go, what position is it? What orientation is that in? Is that horizontal? Level's horizontal. That's what I say. Anyone would say, well, of course it is. Why are you even asking me that question? Why are you being stupid? As soon as they try to take it out of the realm of that reality, to me, and I think many of us here, it's like we wash our hands of it. We're done. We're done. Have a nice day with your imaginometry.
Well, I've got Blue Marble Science wanting to do a debate with me about level and horizontal. And now he's backing down, obviously. He's saying that we don't have an argument and we don't have any proof of anything. Well, yes, we do. That's all we've been doing. We've been showing people how simple this reality is and how geometry derives proofs and how you can link geometry, Euclidean geometry, to reality, three-dimensional Euclidean three-space reality. Realize how you can make real Euclidean geometry in reality, how you can realize Euclid. That's what we've done. We've done tests for it. We've got everything. Nobody wants to listen to it, Elijah. The arena that you're in doesn't want this. That's why you get pushback. This very topic that you're about to enter into, and everybody is going to have to enter into.
I can't speak for everyone. Just like if anyone is speaking generally about any of the places that I frequent, well, clearly I'm of my own mind. So generalizations are dangerous, but I've agreed that there is no argument. There's just a lack of realizing that there is no argument from the greater world. We don't need to spend time talking to these insane people. That just makes us insane. And it holds the rest of humanity back from realizing that which should be realized a long time ago.
Absolutely agree with that. Which is why we hope to, we say it all the time. We hope we get new people to come in and hear us. Maybe on the off chance someone might come and hear us and go, "Oh, that's interesting," and not have to automatically go to some imagination somewhere. Let's just talk about reality. Talk about what we see, what we experience. Let's have a conversation about things. It's hard, man, in this arena.
Yeah. People need to keep the personalities out of it. They're more focused about where you shouldn't go, where you should go, who you should talk to, who you shouldn't talk to. None of you should be worried about the personality. You have the, what do they say? Skepticism on the wrong syllable. Or whatever they say with that.
Well, I think we're entering into a new part now where this gets a little bit strange. Because they're going to have to deny logic. And the arena to stay in, to keep the conversation going, you're going to have to also denounce level is horizontal as an argument when it's going to be the argument. It's the thing that everybody should have been looking at.
I'm not having that. I'm like, no. Level, long, color, what? No, we're not. I ain't giving him that.
I think your mic's going a little bit there.
A housekeeping question now. Because it's like, let's be done with it. Like, now that we realize they have nothing, like, what are we gonna do now? Like, it's done. It's over.
Yeah, the only thing is like we've been doing, and that's why we're here on this Discord server, is to talk amongst ourselves. Which is all we've been doing. That's what led us to this point.
Well, thank you for having me, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think your mic's getting a bit...
Yeah, you're getting pretty low, Elijah.
I guess it's because I turned on my game, but just saying thank you for having me, and I appreciate it.
No problem. That's what we're here for. This is what where the conversations happen.
I think Bev's always said, right, that we wanted this to be like a pub. Like, what would you do in a pub? You go and hang out with your friends and hopefully have some interesting conversations and not get in any fights, right? Hopefully. That's the thing. So you have a valid question, Elijah. What are you going to do now? It's like, I'd say the same thing that we're doing. Have conversations among yourselves, right? Because there's no debate anymore. Not with these people. I mean, look at Blues in the YouTube chat telling Bev that Bev has a begging the question fallacy. And that's all he has. It's nothing but projection now. That's it. There's nothing left. Absolutely nothing. And I think it is going to get crazier and crazier and crazier.
Yeah, Blue's telling me my certificate for land surveying is a fraud. He says that's fraudulent. Like, literally, Blue is saying that I've fraudulently made a certificate issued by the English Board of Certification. What is it? For education. He's saying I've done that in order to say that I've done land surveying. I mean, how ridiculous is it getting?
Yeah, that's wild. And Kevin, you're no fun, man. A pub without fights.
Yeah. I thought you might say something like that, SE. I've had my share, but I'd much rather have a cool conversation with some buddies.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm just messing with you.
I know you are. It's the Mediterranean blood, man. It gets you every time.
Yeah, watch this space. I mean, if you want to come and have a conversation, then this'll be the place. If you want to try and learn what obfuscation is around a subject that should be really the talking point. I mean, I've been saying for quite a while that this topic of debate is about shape. How can you deny geometry when talking about shape?
There's no debating that.
You cannot debate geometry. Geometry is the only arguments that stand when put towards sophisticated argumentation and obfuscation. Geometry is the thing that's left.
And logic, yeah. And water. Those three things, geometry, logic, water. Oh man, it's like a 1, 2, 3. But since it's free for all Fridays, you know what I really want to know? I want to go into fantasy land a little bit. If it's okay with you guys.
This is the day to do it.
Yeah.
All right. So check this out now. I've been asking for a couple of days. Excuse me. You've been telling the world for 50 years you're gonna launch this great mission to the moon, right? The day finally comes, which was a couple of days ago. So you sent this fantastic rocket up. Now, as soon as it disappears, it goes into CGI. Now, you have all kinds of cameras aboard this rocket. Now, you wait until you get to 57,000 miles away to turn on the cameras for the first time. Number one. Number two, you only have like a few seconds of video here and there. You show the side of the rocket. You show a little measly little thing behind. It's barely visible while the rockets are firing, like to be laughed at. And then after it reaches 57,000 miles away, you decide, okay, I'm going to turn the camera on now. And you see a little teeny weeny little Earth there. Now, if that's not enough, for the past 2 days, this fantastic journey of the spaceship going to the moon after 50 years, we don't have a single picture or video of it for 2 days now. Now I'm asking the ballers, what's up?
Ballers won't come in now.
They won't touch that with a 57,000 mile pole, SE.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you my take on it. I think it's the fact that you give the people that you're fooling just enough to make sure that they stay fooled. That's all you have to do. You keep the costs down, right? I mean, because CGI costs a lot of money. If you're going to do it well, which is why they get caught all the time. You keep the costs down and you do just what you said. You do very minimal stuff, just enough for the NASA fanboys to be happy, and all the other people go, "Yeah, look at that. That's awesome, fantastic." Who's playing this weekend in American football? That's it.
Yeah,
That's what you
yeah.
do, right?
It's astonishing. By the way, they have 16 cameras aboard. Just to let you know, right now as we speak, this mythical thing. Of course, I don't believe it's there, but in their story, they have 16 cameras aboard this thing right now as we speak. But nothing to see here, folks, for 2 days now.
I see I'm not jumping in your fantasy today. How you doing?
Very good, buddy. What's up?
Well, the funny thing about that is, why is the ISS not even taking pictures of the rocket going that way?
Damn, you one-upped me, bro. You one-upped me. That's freaking good.
Is
That's
it anywhere?
good one.
Where's Wally when you need Wally? He knows exactly where the ISS is all the time. We could find it. We could find out if it was anywhere near the rocket as it was going up. Damn it!
Freaking Red has a good point here, man. Yeah, that's exactly. I would do that definitely.
Oh no, you couldn't show the stars the correct way.
Yeah. Good one, Redman.
They might have it in
one.
one of their Star Trail videos.
Yeah. Let's
There it is
check
right there.
Hamawari. Let's check Hamawari. Maybe they have it.
Find it too funny, man.
No, but think about it. Everybody listening out there, think about it. The greatest achievement, not arguably, you can't argue this, right? The pyramids are like an ant farm next to this. We're sending something to the moon. And nothing, no pictures for 2 days now, nothing.
What do you think is coming next? Do you think there's a CGI production getting ready? They're wrapping it up now, doing quality control on it.
Well, apparently the next thing is, as we approach the moon, the NASA fanboys are saying, well, they're going to turn the cameras on because obviously there's nothing to see now. It's just empty space. Right. What a joke.
Really?
Now we're going to, once they approach the moon, then they're going to turn the cameras on. So let's see.
How in the world could there be empty space? I mean, the moon looks pretty big to me almost all the time when I could see it. 57,000 miles or 100,000 miles, that's halfway there. Little less than halfway there. Why the hell wouldn't you have the camera pointed right at the moon? Like you see it getting closer. They could sell subscriptions for that shit.
I've been telling them that for years. Not this particular mission, but the other ones, right? Like the liftoff, seeing the Earth, seeing the horizon, right? Level, and then of course in their mythical thing, it would have to start curving, and then you'd see a ball getting smaller, and then you'd see the hole, right? Yeah. None of that.
Yeah, and you what? See what Mobius posted in the live chat. Live. NASA live. Freaking hysterical. That's so good. Is it showing up on the YouTubes? Yeah. It's so funny.
So I missed that.
You want to hear another?
Did
good
Blue
one,
comment earlier? Did you
Which
say?
one?
I'm sorry.
The Blue comment?
Yeah, did Blue? Yeah. Yeah. Maybe it's because I was saying like Blue's back down from the debate that he wanted. The level is horizontal debate. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know why he's back down.
We know.
Well, it's nice that he shows up in the chat when it's mentioned to point out that he is the one that asked for it, and now he is the one that's backing down. Sorry, I don't want to take away from the Artemis. We'll get back to the last night's thing at some point.
One final thing I want to say about the Artemis, because this is like truly spectacularly, amazingly. Okay, if I was to give you 4 free cameras, right? You can put them anywhere on your car. You're going for a road trip, right? Where would you put those cameras? Okay, let me rephrase that question. Would any of them be pointing them to the muffler?
On the you put them on the selfie drone. That's where all of the cameras I put them.
Yeah. So check this out now. There's a picture. They have a mannequin, what we're making fun of now as the moonikin, right? They have a mannequin in the cockpit. Now, in the front of the mannequin, they have the camera beside, like behind to the side of him. So you see the mannequin, and it looks like there's 2 windows in front of it, right? Which I think that's what they are. Guess how many cameras are looking out the window? You guessed it, 0.
Nothing
Isn't that
to look at.
amazing?
Nothing interesting in space.
Yeah. Look at what he posted. Even the runners in a marathon, there's a guy running behind them with a camera.
Yeah.
But the biggest mission in the world, nothing to see here. Yeah, Mobius, that's the one, bro. Yeah. I'll post you the one with the Earth. The only one picture, like it's truly unbelievable.
They are photographing NASA objects. They are everywhere. So that's the point of this mission.
Let's see how many people we can fool.
It's how we can progress. They only need a few, right? I mean, you obviously from this arena that we're in, this happens in every place. Like, it just so happens that we have to focus on the arena that we're in, and the people that in this arena are extreme cases. So these only have to have a few people. You know, the NASA fanboys, they just have to keep them happy because they're very vocal in their love of this. And they won't hear anything against it. They've got tattoos of it. I mean, it's one of the times, right, whenever I've been out, because my son got me some NASA t-shirts, big NASA sign, one on the front, one on the back. I went around to show everybody how maskless people with NASA. I was representing NASA, showing everybody how to show you go maskless. Okay, good day, Rob. And while I was out shopping with the NASA t-shirt on, I had somebody come and talk to me. Like, randomly. She went, "They're great, aren't they?" And I went, "Who?" She went, "NASA." I went, "Oh yeah, I've got a NASA t-shirt on." So people will actually engage with you if you're identifying as part of the club.
It's like you have your ring on.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's a very small group, but that group are very committed. I'm just not interested in it. I'm not really interested in TV or sci-fi or anything to do with that sort of imagination sort of stuff. Even if it was real, right, I'd never experience it. So, there you go. There's no point me even considering it. That's where they get you. With the imagination, the talk of this ridiculousness allows the possibility that the ridiculousness may be, and the fact that somebody else believes it gives you a little bit more chance that it is. And then you look into it, and then, oh, well, a lot of people have wrote a lot of stuff about it. That convinces you a little bit more, and then the imagination grows. It's just pure fiction. Science fiction. Blue marble science fiction. Just making shit up. They only have to convince a few people. And then get people to talk about it. People to argue about it. Because I've heard recently, if it was a fact, then there wouldn't be an argument. The very fact that you're arguing it means that you don't know. Like what they've literally done is change the word argument. And then through that, they've managed to change the word debate.
Yeah, the things that they do, the things that they convince people. Like, it's so easy to fool somebody. A couple of pictures, a rocket launch, and yeah, we're going to the moon. That's it. Doesn't matter if that rocket's gonna ditch in the, in the ocean, like 20 minutes after the launch. No worries about that.
That goes right back to what Bev said about logic and the fact that, most people just don't have it. They're probably not misologists. They don't hate it. They just don't have it. Because did anybody see the this whole thing about the 2 Twitter employees that Elon Musk supposedly fired, and they went outside of Twitter and they got in front of cameras and they, were basically crying, and the media couldn't wait to get to get them on camera saying how horrible it was and everything else, and then they found out that it was a plant. Elon Musk planted them. And they were hired. They were hired back like last week, just to manipulate the media. People will believe anything. They'll believe anything.
So they got it hyped up with Elon.
Yep.
Because that is it's a ploy, isn't it, to bring people back to Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
All the people that feel disgruntled, they need them to come back. Because, like, I know that the group of people that I'm talking to on Twitter, the ones that brought me in here, really, the ones that fascinated me with just the ridiculous stuff. Because there's, like I say, there's nothing new that we do here. Well, apart from the logic and everything that we've developed, but the actual argument about level has never changed from day one. Just more proofs have been added to it along the way, and obviously the branches that come from that foundations have grown massively. But it's all to support this one thing. Like Blue Marble's trying to pretend we haven't got anything here. Well, we've got everything. It's just that we know that a certain group of people can't accept anything to do with reality.
That's why he's in our YouTube chat right now, because we have everything. It's exactly why he's here.
That's why he's going insane, because he knows he's got nothing to counter it. And he's led the charge for Blue Marble science. This new science, the science with contradictory definitions, science with no proof, proofless logicians to support their case, trying to teach them about putting contradictions into logical statements and saying it's valid. Mike came up with a very good point that I said the other day, that it leads to dangerous consequences, passing on these paralogisms. Well, Beddy's trying to do the yes is no argument as a valid argument, and we all know what the danger of that is. Well, within the dating place a bit ago, you cannot swap yes and no around and try and come up with a valid argument for saying it's valid to say that yes is no, because that will lead to very dangerous consequences if you allow that thought to enter. And since what this entire thing is about thoughts and imagination, if you entertain the thought, that's step one. And that's a bad road to start down. That's where these people are literally having to go. And that's why they're so much angst, hatred within them, because I don't think they want to go down it. If it wasn't for us coming round here talking logic and simple stuff, then what would they do?
Can you imagine convincing people that it's valid to say yes is no and no is yes?
Yeah, is Mike around here? I don't know where.
Crazy.
Imagine telling everybody down is everywhere.
Yeah. Down can be up.
Yep.
It's just a matter of your perspective.
Imagine convincing somebody as they're sitting on their chair that they're actually moving at tremendous, unimaginable speeds.
Straight is curved.
That's another one, yeah. Water humps.
Yeah, but a drop as well. I mean, that was one of the things about... We can get around to that at some point. The ridiculous showing of what was deemed called a debate last night.
Oh my God, that was a joke.
Yeah, I post it whenever you can, Mike. There's no rush. It is free for all Friday. Yeah, like last night, big topic. After we've been saying there is no debate, and it had calmed down for quite a while, but it's picked up just recently. Ever since, I think, Dave Weiss had a conversation with the guy, and then that's been picked up into the debate thing, and certain people have told other people not to debate, which wasn't a debate, it was just a conversation. And now the big thing is for everybody to prove how they are the debaters within the arena. Now, I personally, I'm still of the opinion there has been no debate. And literally a formal debate where an argument is laid out, not just a load of statements and ramblings about the conversation topics. Literally a debate about something, a topic. It's never been had. And everybody's scrambling now to make what they imagine the new debate is, the modern day debate, because that's what channel it was on as well. Literally trying to redefine debate from traditional to modern day. And I'd say it was a little bit embarrassing. The cats came back for one. That was a mistake. That's as nearly as bad as Red's rhetoric coming back.
You mean this so-called debate with Flatsoid?
No. The Whitsitt and Brian Leakey had a debate with Katz and Mr. Sensible.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Yeah, that was late on last night for us. I think it was after somebody said that he'd just done one with flatsoid, but I mean, I don't know how soon it was, but yeah, last night live. See, this is Mike's just posted it here. This
is incredible.
Enjoy the sophistry of the validity of if yes implies no, yes, therefore no, while you're drinking your beer, and it's just as sound as your valid argument about the stars in the sky. And Betty says correct, perfectly valid. So you just yes implies no. Betty thinks that's a valid. That's ridiculous for anybody to be telling you that. Literally a contradiction, but like one of the worst contradictions.
Yes may imply no, but as an opposition. For example, if you are excluding something. For example, if you say that you are affirming that something is white, you are excluding that something is black. It means that you can say that being white implies not black. So in that case, yes, but I think it was not about that. It was about contradiction in terms. It means that you have contradictory terms within the substance you are talking about. So it is impossible. So just nonsense.
Yeah, anytime you want, Blue. If you want to carry on with that debate, have a word with Fight the Flat Earth or another big channel, maybe even Modern Day Debates. See whether James wants to take this one on. I will take the positive side of level is horizontal. Come up with an argument for you. Not about the shape of the Earth, just about level and horizontal. That's all we're asking, Blue. Forget about the model for a bit. Just get your proofs together. That level is whatever it is that you want to do to counter the level is horizontal statement, claim, which I will come with. And I'll come with an argument and all of the supporting evidence that I need for that. Just do it. And we can show everybody. You can finally put it to rest. Proper debate. I'll go from first principles, right back from the start. I'll start with nothing, like Euclid did. Mainly my stuff will be based on the way Euclid wrote the elements as a system of logic and proof. We should just have this conversation, right? This is the sort of stuff, the conversations that we have had in the back channels here, when it's not live. And what people don't realise is that what we do here is just to give everybody a taste of what we are and to let everybody know that don't try and misrepresent us, because you can come in and have a conversation with us whenever you want. There's no need to misrepresent. And so here we are letting everybody know exactly what's going on. It just so seems that the other people don't like the discussion. They like to make things up and portray us as different than what we are. But what we are in the live show, obviously there's a lot of people here in the room that they don't want to get involved with the live show. They've seen what occurs whenever you do speak up about these things, so they don't want to be talking that much in the back channels. Yeah, when we're not live, there's some amazing stuff that goes on. And it's that sort of stuff that isn't for these live streams. This information that shouldn't be given out like that. Because the group of people we're talking to, the Blue Marble Science, Frantic Bunny Ears crew, will obfuscate anything that they can. They'll even tell you that the most simple argument that anybody could ever make isn't actually an argument. They'll tell you that logic isn't logic. And nobody understands geometry when that's basically what we've been doing. The certain group of people have to be involved in this. It's what we've found. Whenever you just go live and talk about simple truths, there are a group of people that have to come. They can't keep away. They hate watch. They're sort of hate fans. I've had them all along on Twitter. I'm used to it. I think they used to do it publicly to try and stop other people from getting involved. And so, you know, because then they'll see what happens whenever you speak publicly about stuff. Truths. Proofs. Logic. Yeah.
Yeah. Cheap intimidation tactics. Yeah.
And it's obvious the people that are able to speak out. It takes a certain character to be able to do that within a live setting. Even some of the Globe guys, they script their stuff. They're happy to be on camera, but an actual live discussion, I don't think they can think quick enough. I think that the logical process stumps them. The Elenchus frightens them. They're scared of it.
Hey, what happened to Elijah?
I don't know. He just
left. He was here. Didn't even get to say hi. I was trying to get a chance to come and say, hey, thanks for joining us.
His mic was dropping off slowly. I don't know whether he was moving to a different area. But yeah, thanks for coming in, Elijah. He might come back. Yeah, so where were we? Was I on a rant? Sorry. It's
I have a technical question. Where can I see this debate with Brian Leakey and Katz?
Modern Day Debates. It was on last night.
Oh, okay.
It should be their latest one, unless they've had another one.
Okay. So I will search.
Yeah,
I'm just curious.
Yeah, well, I think you should be really, because you'll see the two flat earthers, and then Mr. Sensible, who has a sort of he goes along with the flat earther, but it's Katz's approach that is absolutely fascinating. He's like the odd man out. It's like he isn't even part of the debate. He's in a different place. He's lost his mind. What he thinks is a debate is, I don't know. And there's a little bit where Whitsitt says, weren't you a teacher? And Katz looks like a shocked little schoolchild. He doesn't know what to do. Literally, his reaction is fascinating.
Yeah, I saw the strange behavior also in that debate, Flatzoid versus Katz, because he was on some kind of his own new script or what, because it was not natural, like he had some training, psychological training, lately, maybe. I don't know, but he does not behave naturally, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, what I heard was that Katz gave up his two channels, what was it called? The agree to disagree and his other flat earth type channel. He gave up two of them. One of them went to McToon and the other one went to Mr. Sensible. And then Katz kept Culture Cats as his other channel, his third channel. And so he left this arena purposely, I think, because I can remember somebody said, maybe Ruhif. Yeah, I think it was Ruhif. We were talking about who's the best globe geometer. And Ruhif said, flat earth math and Cats. And we said, well, let's have a conversation with them about geometry and proofs and how you derive a spherical two-dimensional surface, all of that sort of stuff, all of the the really good stuff for the globe geometers that they should be dealing with. And we've never seen them. Both of them disappeared. So Cats making a comeback means we might finally be able to have somebody to talk to about the globe geometer. I mean, Blue doesn't seem to be able to do it. He's offered us up a debate. His perfect chance of showing a bit of globe geometry. Obviously, it'd have to be no logic within this, because they can't employ any of that Euclidean type geometry that us normal people use. I mean, this is blue marble science. They have none that logic stuff, So it's good to see Katz is back, but listening to that debate, I don't think he's mentally capable of engaging in a conversation with anybody about anything.
Yeah, that was pre-high school behavior, for sure.
Well, yeah, you wouldn't even get away with that in a high school debating.
No, that's why I said pre-high school, yeah. Maybe grade 5, grade 6, in the schoolyard.
In the drama class. Pretending that he wished he could go into a debate thing, and his depiction of what he thinks a debate is within the drama situation, yeah. But, I mean, that was highly embarrassing. Highly embarrassing.
Ad hom. Yeah, for those who didn't see it, it was ad hom after ad hom after ad hom. That's all he had, literally. I'm not kidding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he started it off with pretending he was a time traveler. In his opening statement was like a time traveler thing where he pretended he knew what was going to happen in the debate.
Yeah, he pulled an Nostradamus.
Yeah. And then anytime anybody came up with an argument, he referred back to that.
Yeah, I told you.
On my screen and do all of that.
I never seen anything like it.
That was... I'd have been embarrassed if I was sensible. But
sensible, I'll say the truth, just like I said about him. He wasn't that bad. He wasn't that bad. I won't say nothing negative about sensible.
Yeah.
But the other guy, that was a total humiliation, dude. Total humiliation.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, like, looking at that, I don't know what Katz has ever done. I mean, is Katz a Simon Dan type character within this arena? Because it seems to me that Simon Dan hasn't got a fucking clue about anything either. I mean, typical blue marble science.
No, that was more fight the flat earth. type style ridicule.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, like Simon Dan has no clue about what he's talking about and only can go to some sort of stereotypical ridicule within his 5-minute sketch. That seems like what Katz was doing. Now, Ruhif said that Katz was one of the top globe geometers. Now, after watching that, I'm not aware of how he could possibly have any idea of what actual geometry is. I can't even see him doing any good at imaginometry with that showing.
No, there was nothing. That was there wasn't a debate on his part. I mean, the other guys tried, right? But that was nothing. He had nothing. Just
he
ridicule,
did say,
literally.
yeah, he did say it was to him. It wasn't a debate, so it was just for entertainment purposes.
Yeah, that was his closing statement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you expect to go into a inverted modern day debate with that sort of an attitude or that person? I mean, what's the use? No doubt he's come out of it claiming victory, but I wouldn't want to bother talking to him about anything. Definitely not go into a debate now after watching that. He thinks they're a joke. So why go to show modern day debate that, shit all over their debate thing and say, look, this is how much it means to me that I'm just going to ridicule the entire debate thing. If I was James at modern day debates, I'd be feeling pissed at that behavior.
Yeah, kind of like disrespecting the platform. Yeah.
Yeah. Or just showing everybody what a modern day debate is, how far removed it is from actual debate, reasoned argumentation. I'm like I keep saying, we've gone through this process of the trivium. I'm eager to see how well I can perform within a debate. A structured debate, a real debate. They seem to not want it. Blue Marble got scared as soon as he offered it. He realised I think he's actually going to have to get into a real debate with argumentation, and he knows he has none. So that's why he's running. Still in the chat.
What can you possibly talk to Blue that we haven't already talked with him about? Seriously.
Yeah. Yeah, but he has said that he has a proof that level is not horizontal. Got that recorded.
Yeah. He's been saying that for a year more.
Yeah, and if I wanted to go into a debate, the topic being level and horizontal, then I could support the case and make the argument and show the rhetoric to show the proof of level being horizontal. If Blue wants to really have this debate and he can show his proof that level isn't horizontal, then why not oppose me in that debate setting?
Oh, I know why. Could it be that he doesn't have proof of that?
He's just not confident enough in his Blue Marble science. So, I mean, I'll offer Blue a teammate or two if you want. I'll just come with the simple argument level is horizontal with the proof, and Blue can get a few team of mate. Get all of the best globe geometers. Let's get the full team in. All of the people that have pushed your stolen concepts. Bring in Betty to bring out the contradictory argument. Bring out Wally to support you with his paid angle measurements.
I'll send some nuggets over in
see
honor
if
of
you can get
Rakia.
Jesse.
Yeah.
See if you can get Jesse back. Show you how the water drops over distance from the horizontal. Measured. Bring the whole team together, Blue. Just me. Just simple me using simple logic and showing everybody what I've learned from the trivium and the people within this server. Because that's how we learn. We learn by discussion and conversation. Nobody can do this on their own, so I want to repay everybody for all of their help. Even the Globers, right? Even Fight the Flat Earth for introducing me to this, the idea that people say stupid shit. To all of the stuff, even people that have shouted at me, told me I'm going to kill everyone. All of that sort of stuff. Yeah. Thank you. And I hope to be able to repay everybody in some sort of a debate setting. And it's going to be new, right? Because what we're talking about here, and what we have been talking about, is logic. And that has been lost. There was a book we went over, The Lost Tools of Learning. And that is literally the trivium. But the trivium is the foundation, the tool that teaches you how to perform logic to the best you possibly can. Teaches you all about the fallacies, the bullshit sniffers. You can spot bullshit a mile off. You can see it coming in the change of a conversation to certain things. You can see how people set up the new narrative and how they're doing it. We've done much more than what these people think we have. They've only been privy to these live shows. And the live shows quite often are not what you think they are. They're done with a purpose. Blue, yes. Like, of course, yes. The plane of the horizon at Blackpool will be parallel, or in fact, even the same horizon. Because what you can do is you can pan the horizon from Southport to Blackpool. It's in the same field of view. You are looking at the same horizon. And everywhere that you are looking at that horizon, all of the horizontals will be parallel to it, both in Blackpool and in Southport, making all of the horizontals in Southport parallel to the horizontals in Blackpool. You can see Blackpool from Southport. So therefore, all of the horizontals and the horizontal planes will obviously be parallel. You'd have to be a bit lacking mentally, Blue, to not understand that. It's the same horizon. The water, the true horizon, is visible from Southport and Blackpool. And Southport is visible from Blackpool, and Blackpool is visible from Southport. And both of those positions, it is visible to see the true horizon over water. So yes, parallel, absolutely.
Imagine asking a question like that and being serious about it.
Well, I don't know whether he is serious. He's just pushing this paralogism, this narrative that he's been told to push. But once you've exploded your logical system, then how are you meant to comprehend and understand this? It's just a logical, it's derived logically that all, you know, all horizontals will be parallel to each other. So is he planes are flat? Is there another Blue? Do you imagine there's another geometry where planes aren't 2D, or or is there a geometry where flat is it? Flat isn't mentioned within Euclidean geometry, Blue. Crazy. Madness, Blue. That isn't a proof. All horizontals are provably parallel to each other, Blue. Yes. I can't really understand why Blue Marble's in the chat. If Blue, get your debate on, and I will go with the position level is horizontal. You can go with the opposing position. Say, no, it's not. Here's the proof. Let's go for the debate. Let's have it. Don't ask me to provide you something that will be provided within the debate. Just get your side of it together. Get your ass in gear. Stop being a chicken and let's get this debate on. Let's make it big. Let's get as many people involved in it. You can prove Blue Marble science to everybody. You can show this new branch of science. Let's go. I'm just using simple logic. Just put the kettle on. Yeah, somebody's saying come on the show right now. It's not worth it. We want to do this big. I mean, if Fight the Flat Earth won't have it, what about Jaren, Dave Weiss? I mean, that would be big. Would Blue Marble be willing to go over there and do it on that sort of a channel? Dave Weiss, imagine that. Dave Weiss moderating.
No way, Blue? Go there? No chance.
Well, he could just get Fight the Flat Earth to do it then. You know, one of these big channels. It's no good going to Mr. Sensible.
Yeah, Fight the Flat Earth. There he would feel comfortable, right at home.
Yeah, I mean, this will literally be historic. Blue, you can show everybody what you've learned. I can show everybody what I've learned.
I bet you Fight the Flat Earth is salivating now, just thinking how much super chats he's gonna make. Bev and Blue. Oh yeah, big time.
Bev versus Blue Marble science, the entire body of this science. Blue Marble, the science of the Blue Marble. I'll go up against the whole lot of it, Blue. You can be the embodiment of it. Blue is asking me, right, if I had permission from the council. Yeah, do you guys give me permission to debate Blue Marble science on level is horizontal?
I concur, speaking for myself.
There you go. SE, he's chairman, official spokesperson. With a voice like that, how could you not have SE as the chairman of the logical argument? I don't know. Trivium based debate. Old school, simple argument. Simple, I don't know what to call it.
Come on, Blue. I bet you're going to have the most viewers you've ever had on a single show. Guarantee you that. You can play it on your channel at the same time. It'll be great.
I can get the whiteboard out. I can do all of that. We can go over the water level stuff. And we've even got some other stuff. You wait till we get into the other stuff.
I don't think it'll be fair if you take the whiteboard out. But then again, you will have 4 or 5 opponents. So, yeah, that'll balance out, I guess.
Yeah, well, don't forget, the more of them, the more of them there are to contradict each other. I mean, it's a bit hard, isn't it? When you have a model built on contradictions, and then a team of people that have developed a non-logic that can't see contradictions, and then going up against a few people that have counter contradictions, it's going to be tough for anybody on the Blue Marble Science team. But yeah, anytime, Blue. I mean, get your best guys together. Beddy, I'd say Beddy, Rumpus, Wally, if you can get him to talk, if he's not shy. And obviously, Blue, he makes things, doesn't he? Does a nice finish on his woodwork. Actually, Plato was having a go at people that do woodwork. He said, well, I don't know.
Maybe the Peanut Man would like to join.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He's pretty. He could do the cheerleading. Give him some pom-poms. Always handy to have a cheerleader in the background.
Oh, and they say we don't laugh.
So he's not all right. Yeah, Blue, you don't want to give us the exposure. Right. Yeah, that's obviously why he doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to promote Blue Marble Science as destroying the logic of reality.
Well, he thinks he's the big draw. No, Blue, you got it all wrong. It's the other way around.
Not his argument, right? It's not that Blue Marble has some sort of proof that nobody else has, that he doesn't want to give it to everybody. He doesn't want to hand it out there. It's just that he doesn't want to give us exposure.
We'd be giving him exposure.
We're a tiny little team, right? Yeah.
Hold on. Let's put the cards on the table here. Nobody wants to talk to you, Blue, but everybody wants to talk to Bev. So don't think you're going to be the main draw. It's going to be Bev is going to be the main draw.
No, that's what he's saying. He doesn't want us to see. Like, we're just a tiny little channel talking about, trivium and logic, proofs, geometry. He doesn't want to expose that to everyone. He doesn't even want to try and promote his new Blue Marble Science. Frantic bunny ears. I am. Every time I do that, right? I've got me bunny ears out. I hope you have too whenever you hear it. He doesn't even want to promote that. Can you fancy that? It's like he's been in this arena and Blue Marble Science, the person, has become the chairman of this new scientific group. And he doesn't even want to promote it. Because it's the science with no proof. The proofless science.
Yeah. Who does he fancy that he's whooped? He says he's whooped somebody's butt. Whose butt have you fantasized that you whooped here, Blue?
He thinks that one with Mobius. He thinks he did that. And obviously we talked to him over on his channel. Remember? He obviously thought that was I don't know. It's the...
He's delusional, of course, as usual.
Absolutely. The exploded mind of the Blue Marble Science, proofless science.
I think Mobius wrecked him badly.
Yeah. Stuttering Blue. You could literally hear his mind stop. And then the little giggle came out. Just to let everybody know that he was in trouble.
Yeah, the giggle. Yeah. But this wouldn't be the first ass whooping he got. I believe we whooped his ass on gas pressure. We whooped his gas.
I wouldn't say that, right? Let's not enter into that sort of thing. Let's just say we're up for discussion. And if he wants to further his discussions, then we're up for that too. Blue, he'd like it. Blue Marble Science, Frantic Bunny is the person, the leader of this scientific group. He's here on his own. He's got no backing. He's having to do it solo.
Okay, I was going to read off a list of ass whooping, but okay, I'll hold it back.
He's got yours, Bev's, and Mobius. Blue is already imagined he's doing it. I think he's one of these chat trolls that imagines he whoops asses by typing in the YouTube chat. Isn't that right, Blue?
He's too funny.
But yeah, I don't want to go on to Blue Marble because he's distracting us from the woeful thing that Katz did last night. I mean, Blue Marble Science has to be embarrassed for his science and the pitiful attempt that Katz did when he came back. I'd imagine there'd been some sort of a meeting, right, Blue? You can't have Katz doing shit like that. That would be
debate about honesty.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be good, wouldn't it?
That's what's Katz on Flatsoid. So,
oh, was it?
He said that this was his opening statement that he will debate about honesty.
No way.
The topic was like flat Earth versus globe Earth, but he said that it will be from his side. It will be about honesty. Big word.
Yeah. Is there a contradictory honesty? Maybe. You never know within the Blue Marble
divergent honesty.
After the explosion, everything is possible. Exploded mind, that is.
Yeah. Yeah, so Askin's right there. Everybody in the chat right now, what you're going to be doing is you're going to be being part of this channel now in the chat. Blue Marble will attempt to use anything that is typed within this chat here now as a reason for him to not do this debate. So bear that in mind.
Yes, it may be provocation to catch some responses, harsh responses, and there you go. I will not debate.
Yeah. So if you want to actually see this debate, let Blue Marble know. Tell him how much this will be wanted within this community. I mean, like Elijah said at the beginning, this is the topic where the base of wherever you start within any geometric system for measurement purposes, you have a tool called a level. Elevation measurements. It's brilliant. And I really want to see what Blue Marble is going to come up with. Obviously, it's not going to happen this quickly. Blue Marble will need to have get his ducks in a row, is it? Get it sorted. We need to get find somebody that's willing to do it. I mean, like I say, I can do it here, but I don't think that's worth it. I think this is a much bigger debate than what we could provide numbers for. So let's actually go somewhere where we can get a bit of a better showing. try and show everyone how this new debate, not a modern debate, maybe a debate of old. I don't know what to call it. But if there's a modern debate, and that modern day debate is people that say that the debate is just for entertainment and put forward imaginative sci-fi stories as their opening argument, like Cats did last night. If that's what you want for modern day debates, I would say I'm out. But I am after trying to show people what the old traditional debate is, the argumentation and stuff that we've learned from the liberal arts, the trivium. It's time for the new. Well, it's not really new for us. We just talk like this all the time, really. Sorry, I'm keep waffling on again, don't I? We make a brew. I'll hand it back over to you guys. 40 odd people watching. Thank you very much. Fridays always used to be the best day.
It's free for all. Yeah. Come on, guys. So, I want to see pictures. That's what I want to see.
Can I get this? Because I did get a clip from last night from the video. Now this is the sort of stuff I think we've been doing and setting up in having the conversations that we have. Right, I'm gonna play a like a 1 minute clip. I've just put it in the live chat now, you guys, so I'll be playing it on YouTube. I don't think you guys will hear it, so if I go quiet for a bit while this is on, you know what it is.
Next thing I'd like to look at is tow tanks. This is the Boulderwood tow tank in Southampton. Tow tanks are long tanks of water that are used for testing models of boats and ships to see how they behave in various conditions in the water. They can generate waves of different patterns, so they can test the effects on the different hull shapes. If I just skip it on a bit. So here's one being tested. Now that gantry moving along with the model must be kept absolutely level above the surface of the water. Otherwise, it's pushing the boat down or lifting it out, thus nullifying the test. It's got to be kept within 0.1 millimeters level of the surface. Now, that gantry moves along around 10 meters, is it 10 meters per second, I think, along these rails. Now, these rails in this tank, which is 138 meters long and about 6 meters wide, these rails are held in place with these little red sole plates. There's 440 of them. In fact, if I just let it zoom into them, each one had to be adjusted to make sure the rail is absolutely level above the surface of the water. There's a microscope to detect detect how a pin just breaks the surface tension of the water. One guy had to adjust all of these so that there was no difference in people's eyesight. It took him 2 weeks. Now, the length of that tank, 130 meters, level above the surface of the water, actually has a curve. The bend, the hump, is 0.6 millimeters over 138 meters, because the rails are following the surface of the water is following the gravitational equipotential of the Earth. Water, being level, is not flat.
Right, there you go. That's Mr. Sensible.
Of the hump.
I don't know what he referenced it to and how he measured it from the reference. But hey, he obviously he put that in a debate. Blue Marble Science, supporting Blue Marble Science. So that might be something Blue wants to integrate into his thing. Now, obviously, Blue knows that there are tools that are available. Even Mr. Sensible said a needle to break the surface tension. That is the precision water level. And it goes to a 50th of 50 millionth of an inch, I think. The accuracy of it, because it's working with surface tension. So obviously the guy could be even more accurate with his measurements than that. But I don't think Mr. Sensible knows what he's talking about, because there seems to be no understanding. There's no reasoning process that goes on, because Mr. Sensible can't see the implications of what he's saying. Literally said hump, and as most people know, there is a contradiction within the mechanics, the physics of a water level within the globe model. There is the hump and drop paradox within it. They can't see that. They've completely missed it, right? Thus exposing himself as a diletheist, unable to see a contradiction.
I couldn't believe it, bro. When I saw that yesterday, I almost fell off my chair. I go, he's not seriously going to say there's a hump in the middle, right? And he said it.
Yeah. Have to have the hump whenever they have the water level. It's ridiculous, because they can't see that all of the other times they have to have the drop.
Yeah.
That's what Jesse Kozlowski said.
From both sides. Keep in mind, from both sides of that, whatever that is, right? That long thing of water, 100 meters. There's got to be drop from both sides.
Yeah. The quadratic function screws them over once again. Like, there's so many proofs of the contradictions that they have to deal with.
Oh, my God.
Water supporting itself with a hump in the middle. I mean...
Everybody heard that guy that leveled it, right? All those bits there.
He said there was one guy because he couldn't trust eyesight, right? Blue Marble thinks it's got something to do with other people's eyesight, that they may see it differently, different points of view. No, Blue. No. Trust one guy. I mean, who's told Sensible this? Because it's ridiculous. I would get Sensible on the phone, Blue. Tell him you need him you need him on your team. You're going to be debating Bev on level is horizontal, and you need Sensible, or at least the person that told Sensible this bullshit. I don't think Sensible's clever enough to have made that up for himself, or to come to the conclusion that a hump is needed within a pool of water.
No, Sensible believed what he heard on the video.
Yeah, that would mean
it's the model
higher in the middle as well than the outsides.
Yeah. The model says that. That's what they believe.
Not only is there a hump overall, but there's like a peak in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, the apex, the apeak.
No, Blue, I didn't say this was yours. I said you could need the help of this guy in establishing the hump. I mean, he does it over 138 meters, which is obviously achievable. I mean, it's almost as if similar to another, like a 400 meter test where we had an overlap of 200 meters. It's almost as if it would expose this hump idea. But I mean, ours was just a realizing Euclid about a straight line lying within a plane. It seems as though what we've got here is the counter. He's got the sort of like the proof of the hump. He said some guy actually measured it, 138 meters. I mean, it's definitely doable, especially if somebody had money. You never know. Get a few communicating vessels, some tube. You could measure it to a 50 millionth of an inch. Much more accurate than 0.1 of a millimeter. And since he's saying it 138 meters, I mean, both me and Spot On have both got 400 meter water levels. All you'd need to do is plug a communicating vessel, a precision communicating vessels, to these tubes that we have for the water level. We just had a primitive one, but it seems like Mr. Sensible's stating that I mean, it took the guy 2 weeks. Imagine how much that cost. I'd be willing to do that. Get us some communicating vessels. I'll spend a couple of weeks on a job establishing whether the level is horizontal or not. I mean, it'd be well worth a try. We just so happens that we did the Realising Euclid test and it cost us 100 quid a piece, and we did it over a day at the weekend. Oh, we can tell you that method as well. The idea was to do it over a certain distance so that everybody would be able to. I don't want to go over it too much because there's levels of intricacy within the simplicity that employs some imaginometry. That started really with the Ruhif numbers. The concept was over a mile, 2 miles, really, which is also doable. Actually, I was thinking of the similarities between that right now. He's got a rail with all of those bits at the side of a body of water. So how similar is that to 2 guys going out with a water level and putting it at the side of the canal? It's just a sort of a bigger version, isn't it? What me and Spot On did at the side of the canal. It's sort of a little bit more primitive, yeah, but I mean, just an everyday man sort of thing that anyone can do. Very similar to this sort of thing, yeah. We didn't find a hump because we found that the water levels are established a horizontal, and that horizontal lay within the same horizontal plane. So the straight lines were within the plane. Good to see that people are getting a little glimpse of this logical system. I mean, we have been talking about this for how long, Essie? The contradiction within the hump and the drop when you associate a water level in reality to the model. Blue gone quiet. Blue's asking. Is that racial reference? You called him a spook.
Are you kidding me? That's a spy, yeah. Numbskull. You sure you were in the army, Blue?
That's typical snowflake behaviour, that though, isn't it? Find a fence where there is none. Try and imply it. Shame on you, Blue. Is that part of blue marble science? I guess that's what happens, right? Whenever your logical system gets broke down, then you are unable to comprehend things. I like that.
That would be one of the consequences.
Yeah. Blue marble science. Let's get it on, Blue. You can represent the entirety of blue marble science. I bet that's what it is, you know. I bet he's realised he's put himself in a position where he's the leader of this thing. But, I mean, he has people like Simon Dan and conspiracy cats to uphold their morals of their thing. He must be... He must be getting scared, right? I mean, imagine not living up to the standards of conspiracy cats and Simon Dan within a debate. Neil deGrasse Tyson. But he could elevate himself to that sort of standard, blue marble science. He could elevate blue marble science into the science, right? It might even overtake the traditional natural science if he can do well enough in this debate to prove that level isn't horizontal. But it might be too big a job for him.
You mean supersede Einstein?
Well, it's like what we call the nutsack, right? Realizing the blue marble science into reality, right? To overtake logic, what everybody knows is logic. He could rewrite the whole thing. Could literally rewrite the mathematical structure that we know about. Or help them to, anyway. At least kickstart it. Maybe even he might be able to change the definitions within the dictionaries. Because at the minute, they aren't favourable.
You should create new, just blue marble dictionary.
Yes. Yes. The dictionary, the contradictory, the contradictionary of the blue marble science, and just have the words with their contradictory definitions. Just the ones that have a contradictory definition. Just have the contradictory definition that you can open up, and you could keep adding. You have a load of blank things, and then you can just write them in whenever you need them.
Contradictions for dummies.
The contradictory of the blue marble science. That's good, that. Could be a title, that. The contradictionary.
It could sell well.
Yeah. With a load of blank pages. Just fill them out yourself whenever you want, right? Whenever you come and you meet one that you're not happy with, just write it in there, and then you say you can refer to it. We could help you out with that. We've done the imaginometry. Why not? Through the use of the trivium, we could go back to the terms and show everybody how we can change the grammar that people use. Like we did with imaginometry, we could do a contradictionary. I'm liking it. I'm going to write it on the board. So I don't.
Yeah, contradictionary is good. Yes. Blue marble contradiction. Great. Blue marble contradictionary.
There you go. It's on the board, Blue. On the board. As soon as we get back to memes and GIFs and all of that sort of making. Yeah, that's it. Contradictionary of the blue marble science. The blue marble science contradictionary. The great.
I would say that I would title this great.
Yeah.
Dictionary, contradictionary, or blue marbles great dictionary. Contradictionary.
Yeah. That's one hell of a word, that, isn't it?
Has to be great.
Yeah.
Has to be great.
We could even have a pocket version. Contradictionary for dummies. You know, the pocket version, the small one.
Could you even go to phenomenal? Would that?
Yeah.
Or would that be a little bit too much? Because it would be, literally, it would be the phenomena of the blue marble that brings this around.
It's all nominal. Don't worry about it.
Phenomenal.
Phenomenal. Yes,
Phenomenal.
Yes. Phenomenal.
Contradictionary of the blue marble science. We'll get into it. If anybody wants to come in and got any ideas of the contradictionary, come on in. That's what we're here for.
We'll start off with line number 1. Straight lines curve.
Thanks to Rob Parks for that one. The contradictory definitions of the blue marble science.
I have more basic because line is from point. So I would start with point having parts.
Yes, yes.
I think we did have that. There's something about that in Imaginometry. A point can be anything, even extended to a surface, obviously.
Easily doable.
I was actually looking at a few of the other clips that I've got with it in this. I've been concentrating on the live stuff and stuff for a bit and sort of gone away from the videos. Now, there have been a couple of suggestions of Buster songs to redo with the music clips, if you will. But I don't really want to do that because it may cause, although it would be funny, it may cause people to get a little bit annoyed. So I'm not going to do any of these sort of things just yet. But we are compiling I don't know how, like a roundup of what we've been doing here, and we're going to be trying to put it together, and I'm still formulating it in my head on the website. There's some things already on the website on the level.live that you can go and have a look at, and I've been trying to put bits on it, not done much for a while. But we will be putting all of these things and all of this logical stuff onto the website and developing, I don't know, just letting everybody know what we've been doing in the background, and I don't know, the formulation of this modern day trivium learning process for adults, really. but it's for everybody. But mainly the learning comes from learning the trivium and the advanced simplicity. But if you can take that approach to anything, I found that that's the way for you to learn the most about something, is to break it down to its bare minimums and find out what's at the core of it, and then build up from there. So that system and all of the things that I've learned will hopefully make it onto the website, but with the understanding that that's just what I've done. Most of the people that have been here with us, they've been on a similar journey, and I would like to get what they've got out of it as well on the website. But the only way that that occurs is through a communication, a discussion of what other people, you know, would like to contribute to this. Again, that only comes around through conversation. That's why we're on Discord. But in saying that, I'm willing to move to other platforms to have conversations. That's what we're after. I think that's where we grow. That's where we learn. Anybody's up for the conversations, they can either come into the Discord. Don't be put off by things that you hear other people saying. As you can see, the channel's open. It's nearly open all the time, and the people that are in here aren't shouting over each other. Nobody's interrupting. Nobody's telling anybody to shut the fuck up.
And they even let me in here.
Just a bunch of all-round good people. So come for the conversation. There are some amazing conversations that happen, and we are leading into the weekend. The weekends where we it goes quiet, but the conversations are where I find I learn the most. I think there's quite a few people that enjoy the Saturday, Sunday time off, let your hair down type conversations where there's no live stream or anything. You can say this isn't what we do all the time. This is just a live stream where we try and get our messages out. This is Free for All Friday as well, and I'm rambling. There were other topics, weren't there?
Well, yesterday I came back, but we ended up being on that debate thing or whatever. But I'm still confused about the whole north, south, east, west shit that we were kind of getting into yesterday. Blowing my mind.
Yeah, there's nothing else to say about it, right?
I can't really watch right now. It's like I need to watch that to get an idea of how that works.
It's just two perpendicular lines. But
not if one's curved.
Well, or two of them, right? It depends on which model you have. It's one of those things that exposes what if you have a model.
I got a train. Sorry, hang on.
Yeah, no problem.
Sorry.
No problem. That's the idea, is that it gives you, as the person asking the question, it lets you know something about the answer that comes from the other person. It also makes the other person aware of something that perhaps they weren't aware of. Because at first everybody says, yeah, of course they are, the perpendicular. But then once you look into it, there appears to be some sort of a contradiction between what you think and what you know, or what you are told to know, or what you're told to think. again, it's just a personal thing about things that people have to do. So yeah, I don't mean to put that confusion into people, but I mean, I'm guessing that the confusion's already there. Just bringing the question up makes it clear to everybody that there is a contradiction that they do hold or can hold, whether they do.
I don't know. For me, as I understand, that would be perpendicular, but from north star line, let's say GP of the star somewhere, and perpendicular to it would be like chord line. Perpendicular to this radius, and the radius, it would be the path of the sun, because I am pretty sure that the sun is making circle. So
but that's not the magnetic, is it?
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Geographic, absolutely. Not I am not talking about magnetic, because this is just I don't know. So I don't want to talk about something that I don't know completely. So
yeah, well, that's the thing. When you are taught about north, south, east, and west, they are taught as just directions, with north being one, and you look at a compass. Nobody really says, well, actually, there's 3 different ones. There's the one between, east, west for the sun, and perpendicular to that. You've got the star, the light in the sky, Polaris. That's north. And then you've got the magnetic, which wanders. The sun wanders. But the North Star doesn't move, apparently.
Yeah, so I always I can push my imagination only from that, from the sun and from the star, Polaris.
Yeah.
So this is because they are common notions. I don't know really what is or may be behind compass and this kind of things.
Yeah,
this magnetic.
That's the point I want to get across, is that you've been given north, south, east, and west as straight lines that are perpendicular. But as you've just said, it's just a light in the sky, or what the sun does. Now, how does that relate to north, south, east, and west? It doesn't. That's been given to you as a thing. And that's where the problem lies. Not with that it's not perpendicular. It's just that the north, south, east, and west is something that has been given to you as a thing. What if it's that's the problem? And how you relate to that. Because I'm saying in the UK, we have a grid reference system. Now, all of those grid reference systems are at 90 degrees to each other, perpendicular.
Yes.
So all of the norths are pointing north, and all of the east-wests are pointing east-west, all the way across it. Now, that's only because those grids have been laid out to say put east and west on each end of them, and north and south. That bears no relation to the wandering compass thing or the light in the sky.
Yes. So, but yes. So these two are different.
Yeah.
But still, I am rather relying on what I can see rather than what some people are drawing on paper, because these grids are just grids drawn on paper.
Well,
piece
in
of
order
paper.
to measure the land, right? See,
Yes.
this is the thing. Measuring the land is completely different than looking up in the sky.
Yes,
And
so
relating the two together becomes difficult. And I guess that's where the trick is made, right? It confuses people when they hear that there's like they think there's some sort of a contradiction between the north, south, east and west and the circles, and how it like, but in reality it's a show to somebody that the perception of what they imagine may just be a bit wrong.
I don't know. I would say that they just using like horizontal and vertical to depict, for example, horizontal being as we can see on the maps. That vertical is north south and horizontal is east west on the maps. So that would be that. But this is just a drawing. But direction in relating to the star and the sun, it is not. It is, I would say, locally perpendicular, because if you are standing on in some location, you can draw that line. But for me, that would be just like radius from the north star, and the perpendicular to it would be chord line on this circle of the path of the sun. So that's it for me.
Yeah, it's because you're relating it to a point, and perpendicularity doesn't relate to a point unless you internalize the point of where the intersection happens. But that's not what you're doing. Within this, you are putting the point somewhere else and converging to that, which means you cannot have perpendicularity. It just doesn't happen. No matter how much you try and convince yourself that light comes perpendicular or parallel, it just doesn't work. It's a trick that has been performed on just about everybody, and it's so confusing to imagine that something that you've held as a thing. That's why I use this for north, south, east, west, because there is another thing where they use the perpendicular converging to a point. It's just hidden. It's in a different place. It's not out there. They internalize it. And they do that with vertical and horizontal. They always have. So really, the north, south, east, west question is allowing people to accept something that they can then relate to another thing later on. Something that the blue marble science has really got confused about. That relationship of perpendicularity. Now, there is a difference, right? If you can allow it to happen with the north, south, east, west thing, and you can sort of accept it and then ask people why they don't understand it, then you can also do it with vertical and horizontal, when vertical and horizontal is measured on the land. That is literally Euclidean three space.
Yes, so that would be the difference, because land we can we have to create plane to measure land, so horizontal, as far as I know. So
I think that's why Rob's confused, though, right? Rob is equating the perpendicularity of what he knows on the land and relating that to the perpendicularity of north, south, east and west to the lights in the sky, or, you know, whatever you want to imagine that relationship is. So yeah, the idea is that the contradiction comes around because there is a known relationship within perpendicularity, and people relate that to the north, south, east, and west, without the realization that the north, south, east, and west is to a point.
Yeah, see, that's what I was trying to get at. I wasn't trying to use perpendicular because in my mind, I don't see east and west as straight lines. Do you know what I mean? I don't
Well,
see
I don't
straight
think you
line.
could see the whole thing because you are referring it to one point. You're making it relative to that one point, and that isn't what happens
And
with
then,
the perpendicularity relationship.
well, no, I know, but my problem was when it came to navigating, we do navigate the Earth in reality, and we use the compass. And if we were to keep going west and hit a city, and then we continued west, hit another city, continued west, hit water, and then continued west, hit another land, and then continued west. Like, I know I haven't done this. I'm just trying to say we have the Earth mapped. We have points that we could technically keep traveling west and end up back where we started, meaning though east and west is not a straight line. So I wasn't trying to equate perpendicularity to it. Even though on a compass, those straight lines, east, south, north, and west, are all straight lines. But the circumference is not a straight line, and that would be your traveling direction is around the circumference.
Yeah. You would be going with the magnet. You would be presuming something what you would call magnet mounting, right? A central point for the magnet to point towards.
Yes, if the compass works that way. All I know is that the compass does work to navigate.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It points at
how
something, but now, as far as I know, I've never seen anybody with the compass spinning. I've never seen anybody at the point where there is no north or where there is no south with a compass.
Right. No, I agree.
Epoche.
Yeah.
Of course, globe version is that these needles should should go reverse if you are going down to the behind equator. But I cannot say that because I really don't know.
Well, one of the known facts is that a magnet has to be held in a horizontal plane for the needle to go.
This is one of contradictions because on globe model the needle should point down. If you are on equator, it should point down.
Well, on the presumed magnetic iron core, right? That's where it's supposed
Whatever,
to be.
Yes.
Yeah, but I guess that gives chance for people to say, "Oh, you just don't understand," and then come out with a string of incoherent nonsense. When the actual fact is that you have to hold it. I think originally it was like a needle on water or something. It was something on water, or maybe on Mercury. I mean, who knows? Part of the trick, I would imagine, though, to allow people to imagine straight lines where maybe there's something else behind it, and it is just a way of a direction, heading. Something that's too big, I think, though, for anybody to us mere little people to know anything about.
It would involve astronomy and cartography knowledge. Better to know how people are representing what is measured, really measured, and what is calculated by means of longitudes and latitudes. Because, of course, if you have measured land, then this reference to longitude and latitude would be incoherent in that sense. So I don't know, but I think that cartographers maybe are trying to make it coherent, but I don't believe that this is possible. But who knows? All I know about so-called projections, that Mercator just made his projection with perpendicular longitudes and latitudes only for mapping purposes for navigators and for captains of ships, because it was just more easy to draw straight line than curved line on the map to draw this destination point and path of the ship, for example. So it was easier to calculate and draw. So that's all what I know. I am not cartographer, and I don't know much about that. These things.
Well, you do know about geometry, and you know that if you do it like that, and you're doing it as a cartographer, then the water and the land would be measured, and that wouldn't change. So if those lines were straight and then they were mapped in that way, then those were the distances that were mapped. That's the reason they did them as straight lines. The idea that you can still take that two-dimensional and then wrap it around a ball when there's a known fact that it is impossible sort of says that there's something happened after the fact whenever the cartographers were doing whatever they were doing.
I am not specifically saying about this globe cartography. I am talking about normal flat maps, because there were projections before this azimuthal equidistant projection, but something like that. So it was rather translation, not globe, into Mercator projection. I have to see that again, but I don't think that Mercator was doing projection from a globe. I don't think that. It was 16th century.
So that happened afterwards.
Yes. So it was too early. Copernicus just only. Maybe they were living in the same time. So, and his work was generally after his death. It was in 1543, Copernicus' death. So I don't think that he used any globe model or any globe mapping to translate into his so-called Mercator projection. I don't think that he was calculating a globe anywhere, but I have to check it again.
Yeah, I don't think you could. You can't know what you know about geometry and then draw straight lines and then say, oh, you know what? Let's just curve that. That's not the way it works, is it? Even to this day, they have a two-dimensional, that 2D surface that the original maps were placed on. It's still, to this day, 2D maps, flat maps. there's no distortion on a scale map. It's impossible to input a distortion onto that scale map, as it's impossible to start curving any of those straight lines after you've drawn them straight.
Yes, so that's why for me this is nonsense, because these grid lines in Mercator projection, they are still labeled as longitude and altitude and expressed in degrees. So it doesn't make any sense, because degree is expression of a circle or section of the circle. So it doesn't make any sense. So this, for me, this is tricky. And I also read somewhere about sailors that back in the day, in like 200 years ago, that they had problems with distance measurement and longitudes, and yes, longitudes, because it didn't match. Because if they were going across, for example, Atlantic Sea from, let's say, England to America, these distances were different if they were going south to equator and more. So the same angle measurement in longitude didn't match mile distances, and I think it is still problem, but it is now hidden. Nobody is talking about that.
Ooh. Maybe we can talk about it later.
Yep.
Blue Marble thinks there's no proof for planes being parallel. You say, Blue? Let's have that debate. Let's not waste it all now. Give your big case of planes not being parallel. I mean, surely. If you're that certain that there's no proof of planes being parallel, you can surely bring your proof that planes aren't parallel and how you can come to that conclusion, and laugh at mine when I give mine. Let's do this, Blue. Get the team together. Is he still around? He's normally gone live or something by now. Yeah, I've got that Mercator book. I've never read it yet, but the story, the biography of the guy that did that, supposedly. The planet.
Planet. So,
yeah.
This is in the 16th century. Nobody called Earth planet yet. So I would say that maybe it is some biased biography.
Yeah. Yeah, that's perhaps why I might have bought it and yet never read it yet, just because, I don't know. I did say to Spot On after I said, obviously the next thing that you have to get into once you've established horizontal as being a straight line, it is the formulation of maps and scale maps and how that's done. Because I can guarantee nobody can answer it. There's no globe geometer anywhere that will ever be able to explain how you get a two-dimensional surface onto a sphere. It's sort of impossible, and Gauss even let everybody know that it's impossible. But these guys somebody's taken that on as though it is somehow.
But it can be translated on the circle because it is still a plane. You don't have, of course, perpendicular lines, but you have a plane to operate on. So you can create a map, like flat map. But on the globe, this is different story, completely different.
Paige, I think you're talking to an expert obfuscator, obviously. You should come in and have a chat. It's been a while. I know it's difficult though. Defending blue marble science when you have to defend blue marble science. It's tough.
So please defend squares being triangles. That would be great.
3, 4, or 5-sided.
Let's start from the least, from maybe triangle to square. That triangle is a square. That would be great for me.
Well, but you could also come up with the proof that a triangle is not a square because it has more angles than a square. Internal.
So I am awaiting for contradictory argument to prove that, and this proof would prove and disprove. So great thing.
Oh yeah, there's the other things. Just a minute, Cal's gonna go. Okay, we're back. Thank you. Yeah, since we know that there's not going to be coming in to enjoy the conversation, has anybody else got anything that they want to talk about? Oh.
I expired my topic for now.
I still want to see pictures or video, or if anybody has any excuses of why we don't have video or pictures of this fantastic feat.
Is it not on? Are they not live streaming it?
Absolutely not. 2 days, dark, nothing.
You're not even phone call it?
I don't even think you can text it.
See,
I don't
that's because landlines have gone, innit? Because they've updated the technology. If only they'd have kept dial-up.
Well, I've been asking, and all I've been getting is, why do you think that they should do that? Why you think they're doing this for you? That's all I've been getting.
Well, what are they doing it for?
Well, to put a man and a woman on the moon.
They've already done
That's
that.
the story. But you'd figure they show us the trip on the way there, no? Wouldn't that be like exciting for the people?
I don't know. I don't tend to watch TV for entertainment. I don't know how entertaining. I bet there would be a lot of people though that would be wanting to see that.
Oh yeah, imagine the commercial value of that. Coca-Cola, Pepsi, they're lining up, I'm sure. See all these ballers, right? I'm sure there's a lot of them listening right now. Just think about that. Why does that not exist? The greatest achievement of mankind. And it's on its way to the moon right now. Of course, I don't believe that. But if it is, right, why don't we have any pictures or videos of it? I don't understand that.
Oh, look, it says it's live.
Have a click.
With the
see what they're showing.
Selfie. It's it's live right now.
What are they showing?
Looks like the moon.
No way, they actually turned it on. Oh, I'm dying to see this.
Yeah, it looks like the moon through a P1000. Obviously, it'll be better quality than a P1000, a Nikon Coolpix P1000. But that's what it looks like to me.
Can't wait. Can you post what you're watching? Like in the live chat?
Yeah, Mobius should be able to.
So far, all I've been able to find was reruns of that, that launch that lasted for like 10 minutes max.
Oh, I heard Red's Rhetoric went there to go and do that. He had like a couple of tables full of kit, laptops and cameras and all sorts of stuff. It was quite impressive.
Well, yeah, I mean, the rocket is an impressive thing. It's what happens when it leaves your view. That's the problem.
I mean the amount of kit that Red's Rhetoric had to go and film it.
Could imagine.
Oh, look at that. Live tracking in space.
That's what you would expect, no? Pictures from every single angle. I mean, they have 16 cameras there. Not one, 16.
One watching the drinks bar, making sure nobody's stealing any of the
condiments.
Yeah.
How fast would you think this craft would be traveling? If, of course, it's a fantasy, right? It's free for all Friday, but how fast would you think this craft would be traveling right now? Keep in mind, escape velocity is 17,500 miles an hour. Orbital velocity, which they say it reached.
I don't know. Because for me this is impossible to imagine. How can you measure the speed in a vacuum? So I don't know.
That's a good point, but they got them fancy radars and that. But okay, let me put it to you this way. If the escape velocity is 25,000 miles an hour, and we know that they need to reach 17.5 to reach orbit, would you say that spacecraft right now is traveling at that speed, greater speed, or lesser speed?
when he already escaped into vacuum?
Yes.
He would, because there is no no resistance of air. He would speed up into infinity.
Right. Now, what if I was to tell you that last time I checked, one of these things that Bev is saying, but it was only CGI, live update, it was traveling at 1,700 something miles an hour.
I have no idea how they measured it.
Amazing, though, huh? It slowed down. The rocket slowed down somehow.
You know, like this slowing parachutes that airplanes are opening while landing or whatever. But where is this resistance? This is funny for me. Just a joke.
My point exactly. And let me see if I can find the thing and show you that I'm not making this stuff up. Here we go. Everybody check live chat. I was mistaken. It's 1,400 miles an hour. We have planes here that fly faster than that, by the way. So we're supposed to believe that we had a rocket which would have to reach minimum 17,500 miles an hour orbital velocity, 25,000 miles an hour escape velocity. Now this craft somehow slowed down and is traveling at 1,400 miles an hour. I would say that's a pretty tall tale, even in their fantasy.
For me, this is just impossible, even in their fantasy, because the only way you can do that in atmosphere, it is like air pushing air against air. So some kind of backward thrust.
Exactly.
But,
or an air brake, like the planes have. Yeah.
Yes. So, but still, you need something to resist off or from.
Exactly my point.
So
Yep.
in vacuum, you cannot have this backward thrust or whatever, because this air should be pushing off air, not off vacuum. So not for me, that was always nonsense.
Yeah, yeah. Mobius says I forgot the magic word, gravity. Yeah, huh?
Have you seen in the chat as well, Blue Marble? You've triggered Blue back into conversation again. He shut up about all of the other stuff, but he feels confident enough to tell you that you don't understand.
Well, come on in, Blue. I've been trying to get a convo for days on this. Please, come on in. Tell me the orbital mechanics and by which mechanism this thing slowed down.
You can't figure out how it slows down. Like, no, it doesn't make any sense, Blue. Literally
Tell us how.
Vacuum brakes.
Vacuum brakes. Yeah, yeah. And why would you slow it down? It's too funny, man.
Oh,
serious, Blue. Come on, I want to hear an explanation.
No, he's saying you. Oh, did he delete that?
He wants me to explain it.
I think so. I think that's what he was.
I'm laughing at it. Why would I? I'm laughing at it. I know he can't throw conservation of momentum on me, right? Because I laugh at him. What is it, Blue? Friction? There ain't no friction there. What am I missing here, Blue? Enlighten me. I know that they didn't fire a reverse thrust, did they? Give us your blue science knowledge. What's up, Black Sabbath? Here's your shout out. Come on, Blue. Everybody's waiting. You even got Black Sabbath on the edge of his seat here.
Gravity, yes, gravity.
Oh, come on, Blue. What gravity? Where?
Vertical. Plumb bob, that's what he said. That's what shall now be known as zeniths. The direction of gravity, vertical, plumb bob. All the same thing.
And Artemis gravity.
But they are in outer space already, so there is no gravity, supposedly, or so weak that it doesn't work, or whatever.
Vertical? It must still be there, plumb bob. That's what Blue said.
Oh, okay. That explains everything.
Yeah. Blue was saying it was what part of one of the conditions that Blue said within the debate that he wanted about level being horizontal, that vertical, plumb bob, zenith shall all be the direction of gravity. They're the same thing. So that's what he means. If you ever hear Blue Marble or anybody of the Blue Marble science, whenever they talk about that gravity, what they mean is a plumb bob vertical zenith. That's what they mean.
So let's get this straight now, Blue. The thing that they had to reach that speed, 17.5 or 25,000 miles an hour to escape the gravity, which they did to escape, to leave Earth, that's the same thing that's slowing them down, the thing that they escaped. Right, Blue? It's unbelievable, man. He's an engineer, this man.
You think?
Nah. He is, though. I wouldn't trust him to change my flat tire, to be honest with you.
So this is the big hot topic at the minute, is it? It's like I say, I don't watch the TV,
No.
and I've not really.
No, they're not.
No, they're
not talking about it. No.
Well, not even. Have you not talking to the NASA fanboys, or do they all hang around?
I have to prod them like I'm doing now. Bro, I have to prod them like I'm doing now to get anything out of them. I'm talking about it more than they are. Which I shouldn't, but I just can't help it. It's just too good. I've been waiting years for this.
Yeah, Mobius points out that Blue says he's a retired engineer, but doesn't know how a carpenter's level works.
Good point, Mobius.
Mm-hmm. So maybe that be Blue Marble science engineering. The engineering of the Blue Marble science department.
Oh, he's got a formula for me. Ooh.
Doesn't stop math from working. You have to have the understanding of where the math came from, though, Blue. And unfortunately for you, the math is derived logically. And that's really unfortunate.
Can math stop a speeding spaceship? Throw a bunch of 2 at it and 3s. Here, take some 5. Maybe throw a square root at him.
What we call that is that's like advanced shadow giant reading, where you can imagine that just spouting out an equation without any understanding or anything, just spout that out as though that's some sort of a reply to something. It's pretty tricky, because in finding what we were doing is that mathematics is derived from logic, and the unit, the one, and the one unfortunately is defined within Euclidean geometry. The formulation of the one within the mathematical structure is formulated within the elements. Literally, it is the foundation of mathematics. Geometry, the proof-giving structure that derives mathematics from logic. It takes logical system and gives you what you have. Now, you can imagine that if you put an m there and an equals and a divide and a square root and a square this, that actually means something, but it doesn't. You have to have a knowing and understanding of where those things relate to actual real world examples. Can't just fictionally make something up about something that doesn't exist. You cannot predicate upon something within logic, and you can't do it within mathematics, really. Or conceptually you could.
Yes, this little g, this is, I think, this constant is from calculating density of the Earth. But since the density of the Earth is not known, really, it is only assumed. So really, you cannot calculate gravity. Yes, you can calculate, but you cannot measure anyhow, because the density of Earth is still unknown. So this is just nonsense for me. But some nice calculation, yes. But
isn't that what Blue Marble did? The weight of the Earth from his shed, from his garage.
Yes, the purpose of this so-called experiment was for establishing density of the Earth. So he assumed, generally, it was begging the question.
They assumed they knew the volume.
Yes.
So therefore, the device was for measuring the weight. Fantastic.
Yes.
I mean, like,
so.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what weight did you come up with, Blue, when you did your Cavendish or seismometrish? What weight did you come up with? or has it developed in the few years they made it? If anybody isn't aware that the contraption that Blue Marble made, the one that measured the earthquake, the seismometer dish, the original idea of that thing was to measure the density, and density is a relationship of the weight over the volume of a thing. So his device, Blue Marble, your device didn't measure a volume, wasn't a measuring scale for volume, so therefore the volume was assumed, the size of the object was already assumed, and therefore the seismometer dish, or the Cavendish, was there to measure the weight of the Earth, obviously. A completely ridiculous thing for anybody to imagine, but this is Blue Marble science that we're dealing with. So I never got to ask Blue what actual weight he came up with to work out the density. I mean, can you imagine who sold that one? What are you doing? What was he called? Cavendish. What was his? Does anyone know his first name? Bert. Hey, John. I suppose he's called. Hey, John, what you doing? I'm measuring the weight of the Earth. Like, how much have you got? You must have a lot. Well, no, the whole thing. The what? Yeah, the whole thing. What do you mean, whole thing? Well, we know how big it is. Like, we know how big what is? The Earth. It's ridiculous.
I would say that these two balls in the shed, it was one earth ball and the second was as counterweight second ball to balance it, and there you go. It's done.
If he used non-Euclidean geometries to build his Cavendish, it wouldn't exist. Nice one, Mobius. Blue Marble Science used the very geometry that he's trying to debunk in making his earth weight measuring device. He's passed it on to a university now, so the university can measure the weight of the Earth. Or I think what they've done is that's the original purpose of it, measuring the weight of the Earth. Now it measures vertical or something. I think that's what Blue says. It measures something to do with the plumb, vertical and zenith. I don't know how you change the difference between a weight measuring device to an orientation measuring device. But hey, that's what the illogical nature of Blue Marble Science. Most of the experiments involved in it. You can't page, nobody on the Blue Marble Science can actually see that. What they have to do is push parallelisms on each other.
Yes, they say, no, this is not my story. You have to explain that. So they are just throwing this hot potato to mate. Not my job.
Nice. Blue Marble Science has re-entered the Discord server.
All right, Blue, I'll even interrupt my dinner so we can talk about Artemis. Come on in.
He's posting clown faces, I think. That's what he might have come in for. I mean, he's got a tough job. But he has taken on the moniker Blue Marble Science. He is obviously the forerunner, the main man for this branch of science. It's illogical science. Oh, obviously, most of the experiments that you've been told about involving Blue Marble Science, they're all illogical. We had Betty come over and explain to us how the Eratosthenes was an illogical method, and similar to the Cavendish. It may have been done in schools and universities many times, but the illogical nature of what it's meant to do won't have been told to people. I mean, you can dangle balls and do things like that, but I mean, presuming that you're measuring the weight of anything or some sort of orientation measuring device, who knows? And it would have a stolen concept around it at some point, as in with the Cavendish. If it's changed to an orientation measuring device, then the orientation can't go against the perpendicularity that's needed within the very making of the structure itself. Like Mobius says, you need to use Euclidean geometry in order to make the thing, and you cannot then use the thing to state that Euclidean geometry is not real. That's what we call a stolen concept. These sort of things are built within the globe model ethos, let's say, and they're taught in a roundabout way to just ignore them, not see them. Oh, Blue's in. Welcome, Blue.
Hello, Beth.
Hello. Hey, that's a good mic you've got there, Blue.
So is it fair to say you don't know anything about Cavendish then?
Was it meant to measure the density?
That was the original purpose of the experiment, to measure the density of the Earth.
Right. Now,
Yes.
Does it measure any distances or size of anything?
It's not a measuring tape, Bev. It's a torsion balance.
So it's for the weight?
No, it's not for the weight.
So this thing measures density, which is what, a ratio, a proportion?
No, that's not exactly what that's not exactly what it's measuring, but you
size.
can infer the density of the Earth.
That's what density is.
From it. No, density is not weight.
The size and the weight. It's like a ratio, isn't it? And you're saying this device of yours does both of those?
Mass and the size.
And the size.
What it literally measures is the force of attraction between two masses.
Right, so you say that you are going with the density. It measures both the weight and the size of the thing and makes that proportional difference.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That isn't what I said.
Changed then.
Say it. No, I haven't changed at all. You just keep getting it wrong, Beth.
Well, that's what when Cavendish originally did it.
It measures the force of attraction
so many years
between two masses. That's what it does.
The force of attraction.
Yes.
And that's what Cavendish supposedly said was to measure the density.
At the end of the day, you can come up with the density of the Earth if you wish, and that's what Cavendish did. But the other thing that you can measure is the universal gravitational constant. That can be taken from the apparent force of attraction that's being measured between the two masses. It's really quite easy.
Where did you get the size of the thing from?
Size of what thing?
The thing that you're trying to measure the density of.
Where did I get the size of it?
Yeah.
It's 2 lead balls.
But still, size is not sufficient because if this gravitational force is based on attraction, force of attraction, and you have to know what size and what density.
Yes, you need to know what the mass of those objects, those 2 balls are. Yes, you do.
Mass, I would say both volume and density.
Okay, say that if you wish. You'd be wrong, but that's all right. Go ahead and say
because if you have bigger object, then this attraction should be bigger also.
And it would be if you're talking about the mass, yes. Larger mass would have larger gravity associated with it.
For me, both works. Mass, this is a strange word, but I know what density is in that case. So if you have a larger object and denser, then this will change this gravitational force. So, and back in the day, in the 17th or 18th century, they didn't operate yet with mass, I think. So
I think you're wrong.
Cavendish didn't say anything about mass, I think.
We can pull his paper up and find out.
This mass wasn't defined as mass there.
Well, it actually had been defined as that for quite a long time.
Mass is,
Cavendish postdated Newton by almost 100 years or something like that.
Mass is from Latin word massa. It means just a lot of stuff in something. So or just big amount of something. This is mass, generally speaking, and from ancient times. So this is not new word, but it was redefined to replace, I would say, weight. I suppose.
No, it doesn't replace weight.
Which definition of mass are you using, Lou? Which definition of mass are you using?
Which definition of mass am I using? I'm not using any definition of mass, SE.
Well, your experiment was to measure the mass of the Earth, the original one?
No. What I did it for was to measure the gravitational constant.
Yeah, but I'm asking the original experiment. Was it to, I could be wrong on this. Was it to measure the mass of the Earth?
Yeah, the original experiment was to determine the density of the Earth, not the mass, the density.
The density. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So density
was very clear
is,
about that.
Can we just check what density is?
Exactly. My next question. Yeah.
What is density?
Yeah.
You don't know what density is?
Well, do you want to give us your definition just to make sure? Because we do know that blue marble science, or the science of the blue marble, has contradictory definitions.
So the blue marble.
Yeah, Rob Parks told us.
Okay. All right. You want to know what density is? It is mass per unit volume. That's the definition of density.
Yeah. So the
volume.
I
was right then.
Yeah. So from this definition you brought, it means that you are equivocating mass with weight, because weight and volume, measured weight of the object and volume, gives you density. Normally, weight multiplied by volume, it is
doesn't.
density.
No, it doesn't. You don't find density ever stated in terms of newtons per cubic centimeter or pounds per cubic foot. Density isn't measured that way. Density is measured in terms of grams per cubic centimeter or kilograms per cubic meter. That's a measure of density.
Yes, gram is weight. And
gram is not weight, sir.
Gram is not weight?
Gram is not weight at all. Gram is mass.
Oh, no.
Newton
I
is
disagree.
weight.
This is
You're just wrong. I'm sorry, Paper.
That's how they think, Paper. Here, watch this. Blue, what is the SI unit of mass?
You can't just say that, Blue. You can't just say you're wrong.
Yes, I can. When you're wrong, you're just wrong.
What is the SI unit of mass?
What do you think it is?
Kilogram or gram is, for me, and as far as I was learned, it is a measurement of weight, always.
You learned it wrong.
Well, it does say that volume, right, is a unit of area or unit of length. So that is definitely geometric. The volume part of it is a completely separate entity, right? Now, we can say that your device doesn't measure any volume of anything, does it?
Why would it?
Nor the original Cavendish.
Why would it?
Right, well, there you go. So it doesn't measure them, so that part of the density equation is not measured by your unit. So that was already pre-assumed. The actual volume. What are you
talking about, Bev?
The volume part of what density is.
Actual volume of what? But Bev, the actual volume.
The thing that you're measuring the density of.
The actual volume of the lead ball, the actual volume of the torsion balance ball, the actual volume of the Earth itself. Which volume are you talking about?
What was Cavendish measuring the density of, Blue? You seem to have forgot. Just reply to us.
He measured the density of the Earth.
Right, so he didn't measure the volume, the size, or the distance of the Earth.
Yes,
so with the Cavendish thing.
Did you say he didn't know the size of the Earth?
No, I said he didn't measure the size of the Earth with that device that you replicated.
No, he wasn't trying to measure the size of the Earth.
That's what I said. So we can take out that he already knew that then.
The size of the Earth.
So what he was measuring then, Blue, was the other part of the density equation, the weight.
No, the weight is not part of the equation. I put it in the chat for you. You want the SI unit? There it is, SE. Kilogram.
Thank you.
The SI unit of mass.
Finally.
Well, what weight did you get then?
What I said.
What?
What I said all along, SE. Kilogram is or gram.
What weight did you get?
Those are units of mass.
What weight?
It's a weight. Isn't a kilogram
weight? Of weight?
Isn't it weight, Blue? That's what Bev is telling you.
Of course it's not.
So the kilogram is not weight.
Hell no, it isn't.
It says there in the description.
Every high school kid that takes any kind of science knows that weight and mass are two different things.
Yeah, but it says the
weight
substance
is
per
to the
unit volume.
Field it happens to be in. That's all.
Pure iron has a density of 7.8 grams per cubic centimeter. The cubic centimeter part is the volume.
I know that, Bill.
And
believe it or not,
7.8 grams.
Cubic centimeters is a volume.
Right,
yes,
okay then. So 7.8 grams. What's that, Blue? Is that a weight?
Mass. No, that's mass.
Okay, what mass of the Earth did you get when you did your seismometer dish?
We can back calculate that from the gravitational constant, but
isn't that what the device does?
I was measuring the gravitational constant.
So that wasn't what Cavendish originally did this apparatus for.
He did essentially the same thing.
He was measuring the weight
differently than he did. No, he was not measuring the weight.
Okay, he was doing the
density.
density.
He never measured the weight.
But the density
He never
is the
measured the weight.
relationship.
He
Well,
measured the
everybody, I'm sure
density of the
everybody
Earth
understands what a
with
gram
respect to
is a
with
weight.
res- in relation to the lead that he was using.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to make clear mass and the kilogram relationship.
Yeah, the grams of weight.
I see. Mobius
Put it on a
wants
scale.
to read about weight. You want to read about weight instead? Here, let's pull up weight. I'll get you that too. SI unit.
Blue, grams are a weight that you measure with scales.
Bullshit. Deb, you don't have a clue what you're talking about.
What?
You are clueless.
Yeah.
You have no idea what the hell
Blue,
you're talking about.
A gram is a weight.
It is not. It is a mass. It is nothing but a mass. There you go. SI unit of weight, Newton.
Yeah, but a gram is like a weight.
You guys really sure you want to go against me with this? I don't think you got enough horsepower.
You can get a gram as a weight, right?
A gram is a mass.
But it's a weight as well.
No, it is not.
So when you go to the butcher, right, and you tell them, give me a kilogram of that meat, what are you ordering exactly?
You're actually ordering a mass, not a weight.
I hope everybody heard that.
That's bullshit.
I do too. I really do too, Essie. Because I'm making you look pretty fucking stupid right now.
No need to get like that, Blue. We're just talking. Yeah, I always thought a kilogram is weight. When I go to the butcher, I say a pound of meat. I say a kilogram of meat. I'm thinking weight. Now you could be thinking something else. I don't know. No need to get hostile.
Scales are calibrated in kilograms, which is inferred from simply using the acceleration of gravity and an average number of 9.81 meters per second squared. And when you multiply that times the mass, you get the actual force that the scale is measuring, but it really should be in newtons. We mix these things up colloquially, but technically, mass is measured in kilograms. Weight is a force, and it really should be measured in newtons.
So next time I
scale should give you your weight in newtons, not in kilograms.
So next time I go to the butcher, Blue, I'll ask him, give me 5 newtons of that hamburger.
Yeah, go ahead. You'll get about a half of it. Get about a pound, I think. Yeah, thereabouts.
It's about a pound, 5 newtons. All right, I'll keep that in mind.
Well, 9.81 newtons is the force exerted by 1 kilogram at standard gravitational acceleration at 9.81.
So you see how many terms there are for mass, Blue? This is what
there's only one term.
What I
for
want
mass.
to show.
Kilogram.
Is my
That's
main.
the only term. That's the only technical term for it. Essie.
That's the SI unit.
But still, in ancient times, this kilo and gram, there are Greek words. So Greeks knew that gram is measurement of weight. They didn't develop this mass convention. So
I'm not gonna call you on that paper because I really can't say when it was originally
talking about the
designed.
colloquial use, Blue, right? Like even when I've just gone on eBay to have a look at some weights, and they're sold as precision chrome calibration scale weight set kit. And there are 5 pieces. There's 1 gram, 2 gram, 3 gram, 10 gram, and 20 gram. And you're saying they're not weights?
No, you can call it a weight if you feel like doing
calibration.
That. Nothing wrong with that, Bev. But the unit of mass is the gram or the kilogram.
So they are. You're allowed to call them weights. Then
weight is a force. Forces are not measured in grams or kilograms. Forces are measured in newtons or pounds.
So for me, you are equivocating mass with weight. But in different situation, you are equivocating mass with density.
That 1 gram precision scale weight that you're showing there in the chat, that 1 gram will say it will have the same mass at the surface of the Earth as it has in deep space. But in deep space, it will have a weight of 0.
How do you know that? That's bullshit. That's your claim.
You're saying that weight of
I know that
5
because I can
grams will
change
go
the
to
weight of it
0.
just by changing the altitude. I measure it at.
Into deep space?
Yeah.
Call 'em bullshit, Blue.
Well, call bullshit all you want to.
Oh, explain.
I don't
Tell
really
me
care
when
how
you went
stupid
to
you
deep
are.
space. Tell me when you went to deep space.
I didn't say I went to deep space.
Well, then how do you know? How did you
I'm
measure
taking
said
it out of
measured
it.
at a
You take
different
weight out of a
altitude.
gravitational field. It no longer has weight.
What's the difference
Weight
in about
depends on the
4 foot?
gravitational field that it's in.
Rumpus is coming to help you, Blue. You must have been doing something wrong.
I mean, the only thing I'd say, he's just been too nice to you. I don't know. I mean, Blue's using his typically nice and pleasant way of interacting with you, even though he's been receiving a lot of abuse, and he's just told he was equivocating. Blue
went to deep space.
Blue was not equivocated at all.
Nice of you to feel brave enough. Well done, Blue. I like this. We brought Rumpus in with you. Team.
I didn't bring anybody in, Bev.
No, I mean, you being here has give Rumpus enough confidence to actually come in here.
No, the only reason, I only come in, I've got an objection to coming in here because you censor diagrams. The only reason I'm in here is because Blue is in here. I'm perfectly happy. I would take you on in any environment, you little wanker. But
come on. There's no need for ad-homs like that, is there?
Not to come in here because you censor diagrams.
We don't censor diagrams at all, like Blue.
You do.
No,
I can't stream. I cannot stream here.
That's not censoring diagrams, is it? You can post a diagram in the live chat anytime you want, Rumpus.
To come in here, but if someone like Blue comes in and
Yeah,
I
see?
feel, well, okay, I'm going to come in and
See, Blue? He's come in because you're here. Like, you've done it.
Little tosser. Anyway, so don't accuse me of that, you little wanker. So
Hey,
anyway, Blue was not equivocating. The society equivocates. Blue was absolutely correct. Mass is measured in grams. Weight is measured in newtons. But the scales that you meet in your bathroom convert between the two. Although it measures weight, it then converts it.
What about those weights that I've got?
How they convert? How they do that? The scales, balance scale. How balance scale?
No, don't talk about the scale. What about the actual weights? How do they transfer themselves from a weight?
Your bathroom scale is not a balance, partner.
Whatever scale. How?
It's a spring balance.
Yeah, they measure a force. Do you understand that, Paper?
So
You
it's
could
not
put
a
your
balance,
hands between
spring
them.
balance.
Hold
That
on,
makes sense.
Paper. Do you understand that if I picked up some scales and I put it between my hands and applied a force, it would register a weight?
No, we're talking about the actual weight.
Hold on, let me finish the point with Paper.
Like, you're talking about scales.
Yes, I'm talking about scales to show you what weight is as opposed to mass, because you don't understand.
Well, could you put 5 grams on one side and 5 grams on the other side?
Understand what he was saying. So I'm just explaining to you how a scales work, because Paper was asking how the scales convert weight into mass, because they show mass. It shows kilograms on the dial. And Paper asked how it does that. And I was in the middle of explaining that the scales that you see in your bathroom measure a force. Mass is not a force, just as Blue said. And so it measures a force which is proportional, linked by the little value g, the acceleration due to gravity, is the link between mass and weight. And so what it does is it effectively divides it by 10, i.e. little g, because it knows the relationship between the weight of something and the mass of something. So it gets a force, your weight, and then it converts it, effectively
Come on.
by 10.
You're talking about a 5 gram weight isn't a weight of 5 grams.
Correct.
No,
oh,
grams
come
are not
on.
weight. Bev?
This is something that most people learn when they're about 13. And as usual, Bev, you don't have the educational skills of a 13-year-old.
It costs £3.95, this precision chrome calibration scale weight kit.
I've given you the citation.
If you were in a science exam or you were being lectured and you...
I'm not in a science exam. We're just in a chat here talking to you about how that can be a weight that you've changed it to not a weight. It sounds so contradictory that you have something that's a not what it is.
A mass weight, but in society,
no, I call it. I put it in for a weight.
In the vernacular, people call masses weights, and they have a weight, of course, but they're referred to by their mass.
5 grams. It's a 5 gram weight.
When you've been to the moon?
Oh, here we go. If you took them onto the moon,
you took them on the moon.
If you took them onto the moon, they would still be 5 grams, and they're still 5 grams. They're still 5 grams in the space station, but they're
oh my gosh!
They're weightless in the space station, but they still.
Can you let Blue talk?
He's telling us the weights aren't weights.
You don't
so if you go anywhere
but understand that if I were to throw that little
should we get them for misrepresenting blue marble science in their description?
Thank you. Now let somebody else speak, Rumpus.
Yeah, well, I was being interrupted constantly, so I had to.
Oh, come on, Rumpus.
Come on, what you wank? You interrupted me.
Rumpus, you're insulting people again. Why do you do that?
Last time.
Well, you're a wanker.
Yes, why do you do that?
You're a wanker. You
Oh, yeah, there you go. Thank you very much. See you later.
And Blue's been to deep space.
That's the blue marble science representative.
Who said that? Who said I'd been to deep space?
You've been to deep space, haven't you?
I didn't say that.
Are you sure, buddy?
I am very sure I didn't. I never said I've been to deep space, buddy.
What did you say about deep space?
I said it would have no weight. Absent a gravitational field, it'll have no weight in orbit.
No,
you can't measure its weight in the ISS. It has no weight.
How do I get to deep space? Show me.
Forget about deep space. How about that?
Well, then why'd you bring it up, Blue?
So if no weight, then no newtons and no kilograms.
Yep. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Kilograms are always there.
No.
What?
Mass is always present.
Rumpus just
no matter where you are, no matter where that mass is, it always has that mass, regardless of where it is. That 5 gram or 10 gram or 1 kilogram mass that you use to calibrate your scales with will still be 5 kilograms.
But what what altitude?
Even
what altitude are they calibrated to 5 grams? When it says there 5 grams, what altitude is it that 5 grams is calibrated to 5 grams?
I don't know. Why don't you look it up?
No, you said you could change the weight by altitude.
Yeah, absolutely you can.
Right, so when these say they are a precision chrome calibration scale weight set kit, what altitude are they calibrated to 5 grams at?
They are 5 grams no matter what altitude they're at, Bev.
Okay.
How many times do we need to tell you this?
Okay, so when it says weight, then you're saying that weight won't change.
The mass does not change.
So the weight will change. No, these are calibrated for weight. Blue.
The weight will change depending on the gravitational field.
So what weight is a 5 gram weight measured and calibrated at the altitude to be 5 grams on the scales?
It depends on where your scale is, Bev.
It's
5 grams no matter where it is.
Wait a minute. You just said it changes.
It is 5 grams no matter where you take it, whether it's in the gravitational field, whether it's at sea level or at 30,000 feet or at the ISS.
So it will always be 5 grams.
Always.
Weight.
Its weight will change depending on the strength
of the gravitational field. But its weight is 5 grams. It's calibrated. It's a calibrated fucking weight. This is a calibration set.
A fucking weight. Stop being a dumbass. It's not a fucking weight.
It's a calibration weight set kit. That's a bit of a
It's
nervous
impossible.
laugh.
Talking to you guys is impossible. It's like talking to a 2-year-old.
Well, is it a weight or is it not a weight?
It's not. It's not. Look.
How do you calibrate your weight scales without not weight?
We call it a weight. Okay. I'm trying to sort out you guys, get you guys thinking more in terms of physics and the way science actually works. In science, mass is measured in terms of grams or kilograms.
We're talking blue marble science here now.
No, I'm talking all the science in the fucking world, Bev. All of it that's ever been talked about.
He's right. They teach it in college. I had that class and I questioned it even then. It didn't make sense that you needed to go to a place that you can't go to in order to change those two words.
No, it says you can change altitude.
You don't need to go to a place you can't go to. You can change the weight of it just by going up on top of a mountain with it.
Bucket said the moon.
You can change the weight of it by changing your latitude.
Wait, are you telling me that you can sell stuff on top of a mountain
Move
because
around.
it pays less?
Up and down, left and right, forwards and backwards, and change the weight of something.
No, north and south. The latitude will make a difference in the weight of it.
Who told you that?
Not only have I been told that, I've helped measure that.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Yeah, let's wait a minute.
In different
The
latitudes.
Earth rotates. There is a centrifugal force.
Then you can't do
And the
experiments.
closer you get to the equator, the larger that your centrifugal force becomes, and the less that thing will weigh.
So then all the gold sellers should be selling it on the equator. Is that what you're
You
telling
better
me?
look into that, because there's a reason why gold sellers don't like using spring balances, and that's the reason.
But what about the equator? Do they sell gold there?
Altitude, it's altitude.
Go there? Or
Absolutely.
should we go higher, go up in the mountains?
Absolutely. And the scales have got to be calibrated. That's why you see these calibration weights.
Is it heavier or lighter when you go up?
When you go up in altitude, you're getting
What
further away
what
from the center.
other up is there?
Well, they have up
Altitude, a different up.
You guys use up for all kinds of different things. I'm just being
up.
clear about
Altitude,
it.
yes.
You wanna-
A measured vertical change.
A measured vertical change will put you further away from the center of mass of the Earth. What do you think that will do?
What to the
little
weight of
g?
something? I haven't got a clue.
Yeah, what would you think
I would
that
imagine nothing. But what would you say?
Okay. I would say that it will decrease the weight.
Absolutely.
I will
Get
say
less.
that it has to do that, and you can't stop it from doing that.
So stuff weighs less as it goes upwards
Yes,
vertically.
it does. In fact,
Can you show us that?
right now,
You prove it.
it's been proven a million times.
Where? Show me just one of the million.
What about
No,
what
you
about
go
when you
look
go
for it
down?
yourself.
It's a big claim.
Blue, does the weight change? Because
Yeah.
I'm sure somebody
Yeah.
told us there was a floaty bit in the middle.
I'm not even going to get into that silly
I
shit.
know it sounds
Yeah.
weird, doesn't it? Having it getting lighter as you go up and down.
No, Bev.
The problem is, Blue, you don't question any of this shit. That's what
I do
bothers me.
question it. I've questioned
just
all of
take
it. I
what
always
given
have,
to
and
you,
always will.
learn
So
it,
where's
regurgitate
it? Where's
But
it
I don't
at
need
its
to continue
heaviest?
questioning it-
Where is a
questioning
5
something
gram
that's already been
weight?
shown and proven.
Where's a 5 gram weight its heaviest?
That's half a question again.
No,
Be
it's not. It's a
specific. What are you
simple one
asking
question. I said, where is a 5 gram weight its heaviest?
In
Where will it
relation to
weigh the
what?
most?
Where will it weigh the most in relation to what, Bev?
Its position.
Its position on what? On the surface of the Earth?
On the vertical
On the surface of the
datum.
sea.
Yes, on the vertical datum of up and down, where will a 5 gram weight weigh the most?
At sea level. In general.
Mean sea level.
But the Earth's
Or would it
gravitational
change
field
as the sea
is
level
not
moves up
uniform.
and down with the weight of something
Actually
change?
probably does change.
in relation to
Actually,
where
probably
the
would.
water is of the sea.
It actually probably would, Bev, but that's getting
Probably.
way off into
That
the
sounds
weeds.
like blue marble science. I like that.
Oh, it sounds like you don't have a fucking clue is what it sounds like.
Well, I know now that your elevation, the weight changes not only vertical upwards, but vertical downwards as well. You have a change in weight. So it weighs the most at mean sea level or sea level, what you just said.
I'm not talking about going below sea level, Bev.
I said vertically up or down.
You
Where
talk
does
about
it weigh
all
the
you want to.
most?
I'm not going to talk to you about it.
Does
I'll
it weigh
talk to you
the,
about
does
sea
it weigh the
level and
most
up.
lower than sea level?
I'm not going to talk about it.
Well, you
Bev.
don't know.
No, I do know. You don't know enough to understand the answer if I gave it to you.
Well, that's a good blue marble science answer. That. Thank you very much.
Yes, you're welcome. Very much.
You know, that's
Now,
Are
so
we done with this?
what have we
Math
established so far? We've established that you guys don't know the difference between mass and weight. We know that much.
Why are you
don't
still
know that
talking,
there's
Blue?
a-
Are you talking to everybody else?
you-
Right, I'll
you
keep
really
out of
don't
this.
know
Don't
that
worry
there's
about me. You talk to everybody
you really
else.
don't know that there's
Mass and weight are the
a
same
centrifugal
thing.
force associated with the Earth, which will change the weight of things.
Yep. Unless you're in
What
deep
else is
space
it
or the
you
moon.
don't know?
We know if you're on the moon or in deep space, mass and weight are different. Or if you carry gold up on top of a mountain, then it weighs less.
Or you
Or if
take
you
it
go
down
deep
in a cave.
Or if you go below sea level. Got it.
Mass and weight are not the same at
None of
any
that
time.
is true.
Are never the same.
Yeah, they even did a trip. Tell them about the trip Bob did.
Yeah, Bob did it.
The cylinder changed weight.
Wolfie's done it. Bob's done
They
it.
actually believe that
Greater
Bob
Sapien did
had
it.
Shorter than a straight line trip.
Lots of people.
No, this is another one.
No, I think it was part of
it.
the same thing, right? I think
Yeah,
that was
yeah,
part of the big trip.
Oh, you guys are going to pull out all the bullshit, aren't you?
No, forget
that was
about that. The
genuine.
straight line. The weight. Tell him about the weight, Blue. Tell him that if I got it right, he had a cylinder. He had a piece of whatever it was, and he waited in one location. Then he popped over to where you're at. He paid you a visit, and he waited where you're at, and it weighed different. Am I saying it correctly?
Yes.
The same piece of metal.
The same calibration weight, yes.
Which sea level?
Which sea level?
Yeah, wait a minute. So the weight had a different weight. The calibration weight had a different weight.
Yeah, you get a different weight on the scales if you don't readjust the scales.
Can I ask what the weight? What this is important, Bev. Can I ask what the weight of that calibration weight was? What was it registered as?
Yeah, you can go look it up. It's on Bob's channel. I don't have the information. I didn't do it.
Well, you're not there.
Was it
when he
in
did
grams? Was it what was it referenced as? What was the unit of?
Yeah, that scale, like every other scale in general, is calibrated in terms of grams. I think his was in grams.
I think so too. Yeah. So the scale that he's talking about, that he says is not a gram, was identified as a gram.
That's what the scale is calibrated to show.
The weight.
The weight.
It indicates a weight, but it shows it to you in grams.
Can't you see how you've been fooled, Blue? It's
No,
a magic word, man.
Can't you see how stupid you're being, SC?
No, you just said a gram. You just said it's a gram, but it's not a gram. But
no,
on the thing, it's
the actual
called
force.
a gram.
The actual force is. I don't care what it's called on the thing, SC. The actual force is a newton.
Newton.
Yes, newton is force. Weight is a force.
See, they got you wrapped up in all these magical words.
No,
but everybody knows a piece of metal. Piece of metal is a weight.
It's been proven millions of times.
You
Right,
betcha.
Blue? In science classes, right, Blue?
In science class, Jesus Christ. Yes, everywhere.
A big claim.
It's cool, Blue. We understand you're following the textbook literature and all that. We get it. I don't want to stress you out. No
I'm not
problem.
stressed out. Not at all.
If we've exhausted this thing, though, because I mean everybody can see it's ridiculous. I'd like to ask you another question, but if you guys
No,
want to
no, no. I
continue,
don't see it as ridiculous at all. What I see as ridiculous is the idea that you guys can't separate the difference between mass and weight.
It's a
and
weight,
force.
a scale measuring a
It makes
weight
no
that's
sense to
5
me
grams that
you
you
can't
don't
wrap
have as
your
a
head
weight.
around this very simple idea that a 1 kilogram mass in the gravitational field of the Earth exerts a force of 9.8 newtons. Now, you
The
can
only
write
place we live,
1 kilogram down on the scale of that machine if you want to, and let it do it that way. You're just converting it. That's all. It's just a conversion.
So,
But it's still a force. It's not a mass.
so I would say
And that's
that
the reason it changes.
I would say that you are equivocating now mass with density, because if
Absolutely not.
If on the moon mass is losing
No, mass
losing
doesn't
weight,
change on the
losing
moon.
weight. You said that
No, Rumpus said that. He
No,
goes,
Rumpus did not say that.
Rumpus said he's been to the moon.
He did not say that. Give me a God
Talks
almighty.
about it all the time. He says,
Is
on
that
the
all you
moon.
guys know how to do is lie?
Dude, you make shit up.
Dude, you
fantasy.
are making lies up right here in front, right here to my face.
Wow.
Okay, he didn't say he went to the
Have you
moon.
got your
but you
camera on?
talk as if he did, right? Just as if you talk as if you've been to deep space. What's the difference, Blue? What the hell do you know about deep space? Tell me.
But he knows
When
all
you
of the
when
blue
you have a
marble
point you
science
want to
knows.
make, try making it.
That
Okay?
is the point.
There is
You
no point. You haven't made a point yet.
Oh, you sound just like the professors. You ask them a tough question, they go hiding. That's exactly what you
I'm
sound.
not hiding.
They don't know either. You don't know shit. They don't know shit. It's
Really?
the same shit.
What?
Over and
Regale
over.
me with your grand knowledge, sir.
Okay.
Explain to me the difference in mass and weight,
I am
please.
trying.
There is none.
I am trying
There
to
is
make
none.
a point.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
Do you
Thank you.
agree that on the moon, this kilogram or whatever will lose weight or not?
It will weigh 1/6 of what it weighs here on the Earth. Yes.
Okay,
Again,
so
where did you
wait.
get that
So it is losing weight. Does it lose density?
No.
No.
Pull that out of my ass.
So does it lose volume?
No.
So
that can't
it's
happen,
losing.
Blue.
Of course it can.
How? Density is a relationship between the volume and the weight.
And
you say the
mass.
weight changes.
Mass and volume are what density is. It is mass divided by volume. The mass doesn't change and the volume doesn't change.
So now you are using mass as weight.
The density does not change.
If you say that density is mass over volume, it means for me it is weight over volume.
No, it's mass over volume. Weight is a force, and force is mass times acceleration.
So now you are equivocating mass with weight.
I'm not equivocating anything.
Yep, that's what they do. They go back and forth until your mind explodes.
Exactly. That's why I call it a magic.
How much simpler of an equation are you ever going to find?
It's contradictory, Blue. Come on.
Equations, Blue. Stick them up here.
Really?
Obviously a contradiction.
No, obviously, absolutely sensible.
It's a diletheism.
It is not, Bill.
Yes, it is.
Your
You're having
inability
the
to
same
understand it
thing
doesn't
as
make it
being two
diletheism.
different things.
No, sir. I am not.
Mm-hmm.
No, sir. You are just.
It's worse than that.
terribly
It's more
confused.
than two things.
Terribly
Matt.
confused.
It gets worse, but we'll leave that for another day.
Oh, no. Keep going. I'm all ears.
Density is a two-part equation.
Yes, mass and volume.
And
Got it.
neither of those change.
That's right.
except you have weight as a separate entity.
Which is force, which is mass times acceleration.
So if you have a 5 gram weight, it will always be 5 grams, and it will always be measured as 5 grams as a weight on a scale.
No, it will not always be measured as 5 grams on a scale. It depends on the gravitational field, the gravitational acceleration. That would be the A part of F equals ma. That's what it depends on. If you change the gravitational acceleration, you change the weight. And you can change the gravitational little g, the acceleration. You can change that by changing the altitude, because you're changing the distance you are from the center of the mass of the Earth. You can change it by taking it like they did to the moon. You can do all of those different things. You can put it in the ISS where there is effectively no gravitational acceleration, because the centrifugal force and the gravitational acceleration are balanced at that point.
But if
that
you are
is zero
losing,
g's, so there is no weight.
If you are losing weight,
simple.
If you are losing weight without losing volume, it means that you are changing density.
No, it does not. It means you're changing the gravitational acceleration, or the acceleration, as the case may be.
This is why mass.
That's what's changing.
Sorry, Blue. I thought you were done.
No, I'm done.
This is why mass has multiple meanings, so they can take it up into space, and they can say it like that. Oh, if you take it to the moon, as if we're ever going to go there to verify it. This is why mass is their magic word.
It's Newton's second law of motion. It is Newton's second law of motion, S.A.
You measure things in motion. So the weight is measured while it's moving? Uh-oh.
My God.
Did you say second law of motion?
He did.
Yeah, remember, the Earth is moving.
It's meant to be static, isn't it? When you're measuring a weight.
Newton has 3 laws of motion.
Well, that one's shot.
Oh, my God.
Come on, Blue.
And acceleration doesn't require motion.
Let me read you something, Blue. Mass in physics, quantitative measure of inertia.
Yes,
a fundamental property of all matter.
Yes.
Did you say acceleration doesn't require motion?
Yes.
No, it doesn't.
Yes. You said that.
Yes, he did. Yep.
Yeah, I said it. And I'll say it again.
Doesn't need motion.
No,
that's
you don't.
What you said.
The reason you have weight right now is you're under the acceleration of gravity. Everything in here is under everything around you is experiencing the acceleration of gravity.
Nope, I don't feel anything in here, buddy.
Well, yeah, you do. You feel it.
Acceleration.
You feel that pressure on your ass, pal. That's your weight.
Are you sure it's not my mass?
That is the acceleration of gravity acting on your mass.
What?
That's where the force comes from.
Acceleration of what?
So do you still get like less whenever you go down? Does that still work, or is that another contradiction?
What do you want? What's this going down all about, Bev? What are you talking about?
You said a 5 gram weight weighs the most at sea level.
Compared to higher altitudes, yes.
So when you go down, does it get heavier?
When you go down from where, Bev?
Oh, God, Blue. From the sea level that you said was where it weighed the most.
Yes, it weighs. I said I'm not talking about below sea level, Bev.
But we are. That's why I'm saying.
Well, I don't care. You talk about
does it get hevier as it goes down and lighter as it goes up? Blue.
Yeah, it gets heavier as it goes. Look.
So it's heaviest when it gets to the bottom, right? It gets heavier and heavier and heavier as it goes down.
Bev, I'm not going to talk about that.
It gains more weight as it goes down and down and down.
Herring.
But does it though? Does it gain weight on the vertical in the downwards direction.
Bev, we're not going to go there. I'm not going to talk about it.
Because you go far enough down, you're going to start to come up again, and then you're going to have your question
I know, that's
where
you're
it
trying
starts
to
to
take
get
this.
less.
It's nothing but a red herring and a bunch of bullshit, and I'm not playing that game with
It's
you.
not a red herring. It's like it's just
Yes,
a
it
simple
is.
up and down with a
Yes, it
weight
is.
on it.
Yes, it is. You're just trying to
No, you're the
confuse
one that's
conversation.
claimed that
That's all. You
weight
don't really want to know a
depends on
damn
a
thing,
position
do you?
on the
You're
vertical
perfectly happy
datum.
just to remain a stupid shit. You don't
Well,
want to
there's
learn
no
a
need
damn
to
thing.
go to that, Blue. We're
Blue,
talking
tell me
about
how I'm
weight.
accelerating. Blue, tell me how I'm accelerating right now.
Tell you how you're accelerating.
Yeah. Oh, it's
No,
funny, isn't it?
no, I don't think
Just
so.
like
I don't think you're
Professor.
quite up to that point yet.
Excuse me, Professor. Show me how I'm accelerating right now.
Well, you are. Don't worry about it.
Oh, great.
But wait, for you, weight is acceleration.
No, weight is mass times acceleration.
Don't worry about it.
So
Honey,
if
don't
I
worry
am
about it.
so if I am not accelerating now, therefore I have no mass. Because
Yeah, if you take your if you're not in a gravitational field and you're not accelerating, what the hell did you say again?
I said that I am not accelerating now because I am sitting on the chair.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
so therefore I have no mass.
Blue said, "Don't worry about it."
Yes, you have a mass. There's the acceleration of gravity. It's present
Where is it?
all around you.
No.
Yep.
Blue, do you sometimes feel like giving up on this, like coming to reality, like saying, forget this nonsense?
I don't feel like giving up on it. I feel perpetually confused, though, as to how you guys could be this thick. How you can say silly things
logic,
like you said earlier.
When you employ logic,
where you can't figure out how Artemis is slowing down. Jesus.
Oh God.
Oh, nice! I was hoping we'd get to that.
Yeah, Gizmo. Totally.
Yeah, that would be great. Can you think of what forces do you think would be acting on Artemis right now? Its engines are shut off.
Can we start slowly, though? Can we start slowly? First of all, can we establish that escape velocity is 25,000 miles an hour?
It's about that, and Artemis never got to it, did it?
Okay. Did it? Oh, hold on. Did it?
I don't think so. Why don't you go back and look? When the main engine cut off, why don't you see what speed it was doing?
Did it reach?
Can you do that?
Did it reach? Okay, can we agree that it had to at least reach orbital velocity?
Well, of course it reached. It had to reach orbital velocity, but what do you think escape velocity means, Beth or Essie?
Well, what I've been told, and I've checked with NASA yesterday, it means a craft leaving Earth has to be traveling 25,000 miles an hour to escape the gravitational forces of the Earth. Unless NASA is wrong.
All right, let's be clear about what you're saying. For an object to leave the gravitational field of the Earth and never come back, that is the speed it has to achieve, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so did Artemis reach escape velocity, 25,000 miles per hour?
Nope, I don't think so.
No.
Oh, then it must be coming back.
Did it reach? You want to do this, whoever's talking, or you want me to have a little go with them?
I'll just go ahead and see just you and Blue, please.
Go ahead.
Thanks. So, can we agree that it reached escape velocity?
Not with me, you can't. I don't agree with you.
I'm sorry. Did I say my bad? Because my head went. Sorry. Because of the confusion here. Did it reach orbital velocity?
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, it reached orbital velocity.
And orbital velocity, if I'm not mistaken, is 17,500 miles an hour?
Well, it depends on the altitude, but yeah, about that, around that number.
Okay, so we have a craft that reached 17,500 miles an hour. Then, from what I hear, it looped around. It reached an orbit and it looped around to get the right trajectory. Am I correct in that?
Hmm. Wait a minute.
All right.
I'm trying to look something.
Okay, so now can you explain to me how it lost 16,000 miles of speed?
Yeah, it's under the influence of Earth's gravity.
Yeah, but didn't we agree that it has to leave? It needs 25,000 miles an hour to completely leave Earth's gravity. So
Yeah,
wouldn't
no,
it stand to reason that?
no,
Sorry?
I don't think it ever reached 25,000 miles an hour.
Then how did it escape the pull of the Earth's gravity?
It hasn't left. It has not escaped the pull of Earth's gravity, SC. It has not.
So how is it traveling towards?
Well,
What do you mean?
because now it's under the influence of the moon's gravity too.
Yeah, but doesn't it have to leave the influence of the Earth's gravity first? Didn't we say?
No,
but
absolutely
we
not. No, we didn't agree.
Blue, didn't we agree escape
We
velocity
absolutely
is
did not agree.
I think
Let's
we
see,
have a
escape
problem.
velocity doesn't contemplate another gravitational effect at all. Escape velocity is a calculation that can be done to see what speed you have to achieve to go beyond the point where Earth's gravity would pull the object back to the Earth.
Agreed. So are you saying now that this capsule could turn back on its own?
No, I didn't say that either.
So then it has escaped the Earth's gravity, correct?
No, it's still under the gravitational influence of the Earth, and that's why it's still slowing down very, very slowly now. It's decelerating at the moment, very, very slowly, but pretty soon it's going to reach that point where the influence of the moon's gravity is more than the influence of the Earth's gravity, and then it will accelerate again. You watch it. Watch what will happen. Watch over
You're
the
kind
next
of
couple of
contradicting
days.
yourself there, Blue,
I'm
because
not contradicting myself. Everything I just said is absolutely accurate.
yeah, but you said that you need 25,000 miles an hour to reach escape velocity. We agreed it did not reach that. It reached 17.5, which is orbital velocity.
No, I think it got to 22 or 23,000 miles an hour, something like that. I don't remember what the exact number was. I was trying to look that up, but they're giving us the re-entry velocity is all I'm seeing.
Okay, so but you're still like in a complex situation here because
No.
if your orbital mechanics are true, and if your 3959 and all those calculations that you've done, if your big G is true, or your little g, sorry, then it doesn't make sense. You can't have a craft needing escape velocity 25,000 miles an hour and never reaching it. And then on top of that, slowing down to 1,400 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's
while
exactly
you're in
what it
space,
should do.
while
That's what
you're
they
in,
would like for it to have. What you would really like to have happen is you would like to launch the thing at the moon and reach the point where the moon's gravitational attraction is stronger than the Earth's gravitational attraction. You would love to reach that point at no miles per hour and then let it start accelerating toward the moon. That would be ideal. They're not going to cut it that close.
you're contradicting what
I
NASA
am
is
not
saying.
contradicting anything, SC. You just don't understand it. That's all.
I don't understand it, huh? Okay.
Nope.
I think I'm about done. If anybody else wants to go in, go ahead. I mean, I've said all I had to say. I mean, he has absolutely no explanation for this whatsoever. You need 25,000 miles an hour to reach. You need 25. He agreed. You need 25,000 miles an hour to escape the pull of the Earth's gravity. And then he's telling me, no, you don't need it. So it's like double speed.
It's not double speak, SC. You're talking about a different condition. When they talk about escape velocity, they talk about the velocity required so that the object would never come back to the Earth.
Exactly. And you agreed when I asked you, can Artemis come back to Earth right now on its own? And you said no.
No, it will not. It's at the moment not going to come back on its own, not without firing an engine.
So it did reach the parameters which you just said, which is escape velocity is a craft
it did
leaving and
not.
not. Come on, Blue, man. Really?
Really, if it wasn't launched at the moon, it will reach a point where it turns around and comes back.
Blue, I detect some dialetheism here, some serious heavy duty with a touch of
I detect some
ECV.
heavy duty stupidity here is what I detect, SE.
Blue, you're contradicting yourself.
I'm not contradicting myself. You're just not understanding anything I'm telling you.
So let's say it again. Let's do this again. Do we need 25,000 miles an hour to reach escape velocity?
If you intend not to be launching it at another massive body like the moon, yes, you do.
Well, now you're changing it. Now you're not saying in order for you to reach escape
This is
velocity.
what I've said all along, SC. I've said it time and time again. You want me to say it again? Escape velocity is defined as the velocity required for that object never to turn around and come back to the Earth.
Okay, fine.
In this case, we're launching it at another massive body that has gravity.
Okay, so like you said, if we throw escape velocity is the body not being able to come back to Earth. And I ask you again for the 5th time, can this body come back to Earth, Artemis, on its own?
Not launched at the moon, it won't.
There you go. Well, how about if we launch it another direction?
Okay, launch
Not
it
in the
another
direction,
and yes, it will turn around and come back.
What are you saying here in front of everybody in YouTube and the whole world that if
You
we
bet your
send a
fucking ass
spacecraft,
I am.
let me finish. I didn't finish the question yet. Are you saying that if we launch a rocket 25,000 miles an hour that way, the other way of the moon, that it'll come back on its own?
Nope, not at 25,000 it won't.
At what speed?
I don't know. I haven't done that calculation, SE. You want me to stop and do that for you?
Yeah, because you're saying something the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. You're saying that rocket's going to turn into a boomerang and come back on its own.
Would. Yes, it would.
Wow, man. And you want to debate me, Blue? You seriously want to debate me?
I just wiped the floor with your ass, SE.
My God, man. We got
you
a
have
rocket
no idea
boomerang.
how stupid you have just sounded.
We got a rocket boomerang.
I am very, very happy that this conversation took place.
Okay, now explain to us, by what mechanism will this rocket, after we throw it that way, escape velocity away from the moon, what mechanism will cause it to come back on its own? Please go ahead. Blue marble science.
Are we talking about the Artemis mission?
Any rocket. Doesn't matter which one it is. You said a rocket and you said escape velocity.
I didn't say escape velocity. You did.
Would you like to change the story now?
Good God, SC. You're the one talking about escape velocity, and I have told you time and time again. I'll say it one more time. That rocket did not reach escape velocity as far as I know. I don't know what the exact maximum speed it attained at the point it cut its engines off. I'd love to find that right now. I'll do a little bit more searching and see if I can find it. I don't think it reached escape velocity. That wouldn't make any sense to me.
Okay, so what speed then, back to our little thing we were talking about, the boomerang effect. At what speed do we have to launch a rocket and it leaves Earth and then it comes back? At what speed? Greater than 25? Because you said escape velocity before. Maybe now you want to change your mind. Pick a number. What speed?
That is the definition. Let me Google escape velocity for you. Okay.
Yeah, and while you're at it, Google what velocity makes it a boomerang, makes a rocket a boomerang after it leaves Earth's gravity.
Anything less than escape velocity. That's the answer.
Anything now you're saying less than escape velocity.
Yes,
that giggle.
that would be. Yeah, that would be. You're catching on, SC. Way to go, buddy. Escape velocity means it ain't coming back. Less than escape velocity means it is. How about that?
So you're
You're a
changing your
fucking
mind now.
genius, SC.
How about that, Blue?
You are a fucking genius.
So what is the magic speed for the boomerang effect? I want to know. Give us a number.
What magic speed? You're talking about one speed, the escape velocity. There's a number, whatever that number is. Anything that or more than that, and it leaves and doesn't come back. Anything less than that, and it does come back. Is that simple enough for you?
It is, but now you're doubling back because before we were saying the rocket leaving, you said it yourself. Now it appears that you're backing off of that because you realize how stupid that is, right, Blue?
No, no, SC. I realize how stupid you sound right now. I realize how totally ignorant you sound. Thank you so much.
Everybody heard you, Blue. Everybody heard this conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to play it on my channel over and over and over again. Watch me.
I hope you do, buddy. And make sure you explain to them escape velocity.
Everybody
and how
should
you
have, everybody should have a chance to laugh at you. I'm going to make sure that happens too.
It's not comedy to laugh at people.
In celestial mechanics, escape velocity or escape speed is the minimum speed needed for a free, non-propelled object to escape the gravitational influence of a primary body, thus reaching an infinite distance from it. That's the definition of escape velocity.
Did you just Google for him then?
Blue, everybody heard you say if I point the rocket that way with escape velocity, it's going to come back. Everybody heard you say that, Blue.
Yes, it will.
No,
I didn't say
you just said it again.
No, SC, stop twisting my fucking words. If it has escape velocity, it will not come back. If it does not have escape velocity, it will come back. I've said that about 20 times now. What the hell is wrong with you?
Wait till we hear the tape back. Wait till you hear the tape back.
Well, if I misspoke, then I'm correcting myself right now. If it reaches escape velocity, it will not come back. If it doesn't reach escape velocity, it will come back. Is that plain enough for you, SE?
Yeah, it is now.
Good.
Yeah. So you walked back what you were saying previously.
I didn't walk anything back. If I misspoke, then I apologize. I'll say what I said again. If it reaches escape velocity, it will not come back. If it does not reach escape velocity, it is going to come back.
On its own?
On its own, yes.
You apologize, Blue, for calling him stupid because you misspoke.
I'm not convinced that I misspoke. I'm convinced that he didn't hear it correctly.
So let's get this straight now. You said it now, right? If it reaches escape velocity, if it does not reach escape velocity under 25,000 miles an hour, it will return on its own when you point it on the other direction of the moon. Correct?
Correct.
All right. Everybody heard
it. Yep.
So I don't think there's anything more we can say on this subject. Now, would you like to discuss the cameras? Maybe.
The cameras?
Mm-hmm.
They got a lot of them. What about them?
They got 16 cameras aboard.
Well, they've got one on each of the solar panels, and they've got another one on the body of the spacecraft. That's 5. Then they got some interior ones too. I don't know how many they got. What about it?
I'm just curious. I want to ask you a question. If you were planning this mission, right? You put a dummy inside, of course, to check the speed and the G-forces and the radiation. That's a smart thing to do. They have a camera right behind them to his right, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I've seen that picture.
Yeah, everybody's seen that. Now, right in front, is there 2 windows there, Blue?
Yeah, I suppose it probably would be.
I'm pretty sure, I don't want to misspeak, but I'm pretty sure there's 2 windows there.
Okay.
Okay, now, you being a mission planner, would you put a camera pointing out those windows during the
Not
mission?
necessarily. Why?
You wouldn't do it.
Why?
But you'd put one behind the dummy.
Well, it's looking at an instrument panel there. It's looking at all those glass cockpit displays.
And you
Yeah,
wouldn't want
I'd
to
put
see
that
the
in there.
front. You wouldn't want to see the front of the craft or your front view. You wouldn't find that in the least bit interesting as the top mission in humanity in 50 years.
Not necessarily.
Right. It's amazing, man. Like, I almost feel sorry for people that think like that, honestly. Like, right now, I feel like I'm abusing you, so I'll stop. I'll let somebody else.
Oh, no,
I feel bad.
I want you to
honestly.
continue abusing me. This is fun. I'm having a ball.
Really?
Please continue.
Okay. If you were the mission planner, would
Well,
you
I'm not.
have? Sorry.
I'm not a mission planner, but yeah.
But let's say you were involved in the mission planning, right? The biggest
Well, that wouldn't
event in
happen.
humanity in 50 years, unquestionable, right? Makes
Mhm.
the pyramids look like an ant farm, right? Like a little project.
Okay.
Would you not want film from beginning to end of the mission as much as you can?
I would want telemetry from beginning to end. That would tell me something.
But you wouldn't want a video capture of the mission?
At points in time where it makes sense, if there's something to look at, yeah, sure.
Do you know when the first time they turned on the cameras?
Oh, I don't know. I watched some of them during launch.
When they were 57,000 miles away,
Well,
supposedly.
they actually had some cameras operating during the climb to orbit.
Yeah, that was a pitiful. I didn't even want to mention that because that was like pitiful. That's like an embarrassment. One camera was showing the side of the rocket. I literally for 3-4 seconds. Then it would go to the Artemis logo. Then it showed, I think, 2-3 times the back of the rocket that you're saying, but literally for a few seconds. Then it would go back to the logo.
Well, I don't know what's being downlinked on a continuous basis.
Like
I
my
have no
point, Blue,
idea.
is it's comical. It's comical. Like any
Well,
rational human being would say, why?
Well, any neophyte with absolutely no idea what the hell he's talking about would think it ridiculous, perhaps. But I'm pretty sure those boys down there at Cape Kennedy got their shit together. They're showing what they want to see.
That's misogynist, but there's females that work there too.
Well, if you find it not in the least bit suspicious, okay. I mean,
Not to me.
it is.
They know what they're looking for.
Seriously, you wouldn't put a camera in the front of the freaking thing when you got 2 big windows there. You're going to the moon, Blue. You wouldn't put a freaking camera in the front window. Are you kidding me, man?
No, I'm not kidding you, man. I'm
All
not.
right. I mean, you're just on auto fight mode. It's like I don't know, man.
No. Why? What's the point? Is there a point in doing that other than it's something you think you want to see?
The greatest adventure, Blue.
Is there any reason to have a camera?
Yeah, the greatest adventure of mankind.
There's no people in the damn thing. You realize that, right? It's not inhabited by humans.
So do you think we'll have a camera when the humans go on board, Artemis 3? Do you think we'll have a camera then in the front window?
Oh, I would imagine. I don't know if they'll have it in the front window or not. The people are not outside the damn spaceship, idiots. They're inside. Why do you want a camera looking out the front?
No, inside the window. Luke. Calm down, buddy. Inside, like a dash cam. You wouldn't have a dash cam on the greatest adventure in the world? There's that
Yeah.
laugh again.
Yeah. No, what you're saying is just funny, Essie. It is just absolutely hilarious.
I don't think so. I think it's pretty logical. I mean, people have dash cams in their cars like right now.
Yeah, I know.
Like at least one freaking dash cam. Come on.
Hey, complain to your congressman. Oh, that's right. You don't live in this country, do you?
You can't use that one on me. You know why, Blue?
Yeah, why?
Not anymore. Because we're involved. Canada's involved, and so is the EU. So all these guys could, yeah.
Well, okay,
complain.
right then. There you go. Then complain to whoever you complain to in your government that you want a dash cam put in.
Maybe I will. I'll send
Why
them
don't you do that?
Send them a letter. Yeah, it's a good idea, actually.
That'd be a great idea. See how far you get with that.
But why do you automatically go against it, bro? I don't understand that. Why? Like I'm sure every person in America, if they heard this conversation, Blue, let me just say one thing. Every person in America, if they heard this conversation, I'm sure most of them would be saying, you know what? Maybe that guy is an idiot, but hold on, he does have a point. Why don't they have a dash cam there?
Then your answer is what?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking. I find this.
What good does it do? What would you show someone? You're going to put a camera up there looking out the front window when most of the time it's going to be looking at space, nothing.
Blue, I can find you a video right now in San Francisco in 1910, them going down the tramway on the rail car. And somebody said, you know what? Let me film this. This is a remarkable thing. Have you seen that one?
No.
Yeah, well, don't you think this is a historically important event? Like the greatest thing of mankind, and it's not filmed?
I don't think it's the greatest thing of mankind, actually.
Name me something greater, like an exploration, like achievement.
I think what we did in 1969 was more significant, honestly.
What's that?
Well, we put.
I'm talking exploration now.
I would say that tinfoil moonlander is a great achievement. I wouldn't do that.
Really? You think it was made out of tinfoil, huh?
Something like that.
Have you ever seen the pressure hull of it? Have you ever looked at the actual pictures of what it looked like before they put the thermal insulation on it? And the reflective foil, which was part of the insulation system. Have you ever seen the inside, the actual pressure hull of the device itself? Obviously not. You ought to look into it.
I've never seen it. Where is it?
I think Groen built it. Well, it's all in the NASA files.
No, where did you see it? Because you're saying, have you ever seen it? Have you seen it?
Yeah, I have.
Where is that? Where is it?
You can see all the photographs in the.
No, where is it for you to see it?
Where is the lunar landers?
Yeah, that's what you were asking. If somebody had seen it, I was asking you. Have you seen it?
I was asking if you've ever seen the pictures of the damn thing.
No, you didn't say that. You said, have you ever seen it?
Well, I'll apologize again, Bill. If I misspoke, I was talking
we
about
ever seen pictures of it. Yeah, that's why he said it was a tinfoil thing, like because that's those pictures.
Well, my question is, all he's seen is pictures of the tinfoil because the lunar landers got left on the moon, buddy, and the part that came back got jettisoned and burned up in Earth's atmosphere. They're not around anymore for us to look at.
Oh, so we can't see them.
The bottom half that's sitting on there's a few mock-ups of them. And you'll see those in various aerospace museums, like the Smithsonian, for one. But there's an entire,
have you ever seen a mock-up
series of photographs of that whole thing from beginning to end. What I was objecting to is him talking about a tinfoil thing. Bullshit. The inside of it was 1/8 inch thick aircraft aluminum just like an airplane is built. It's quite a substantial pressure structure.
Wow. And what's its weight at sea level?
What's its weight at sea level? Look it up, Bill.
Did you know that they did a pressure test on the LEM a month before liftoff, Blue?
I know that they blew a window out of one of them.
That's right. So you do know about it.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what they did to fix that, Blue?
Put in a new window, I think.
Exactly. They didn't test the window, nothing. They just slapped it in and took off a month later or a few months later with no incident whatsoever. So,
you know, they pressure test airplanes all the time, Essie. And once in a while, a window blows out of one of them.
No, but this window cracked, if I'm not mistaken. It wasn't the seals. Whatever it was that failed, they didn't test it. They just slapped it back on, right? And they just took off. Now, under normal conditions, if they weren't pressed for time, they would do a whole bunch of tests on it. Did the mirror crack? Did the window crack? Was it stress related? Was it the seal? Was it the aluminum around the seal? Was it the bolt? They didn't do any of that.
Come on, SC. You don't have any idea what the hell you're talking about. You're just babbling. You don't know what they did. I can't tell you what they did either. I haven't looked into all of that. I know they had one window that failed during the pressure test. Yes, I do know that. I'm aware of it.
Okay, and then they just slapped the new one. You said it yourself.
No. You're full of shit, SC. Now you're just making up shit.
Oh, calm down, Blue. Come on.
Now you're just making up bullshit.
He's like you're squaring up to him now. What did he say? Then?
I know that they spent a hell of a lot of money and time trying to make sure they had accumulated every last little sliver of that glass. I know that cost a damn fortune. They literally took all of the glass that they swept up and put it back together to make sure they hadn't missed any pieces. It took a while for them to do that. What they couldn't afford to have was little shards of glass floating around in that damn thing after they launched.
Yeah, but wouldn't it stand to reason that they would test the glass after that, not just slap on the
How
new
do you
one?
know they didn't, SC? What is your source that says they didn't test it again?
Well, I remember, was it reading something? This was a while back, so
I don't trust your reading.
I'm not going to die on this hill.
I've seen your reading before.
What's that?
I've seen how you read things. I don't trust anything like that, SC. Show me a citation. Give me something that I can read.
Okay, fair enough. I'll try to find it for you. Like I said, it was years ago, but you did agree with me at first. You seem to have known the incident, right? But now that we're getting to the nitty-gritty,
I agreed that a window blew out, SC. That's all I agreed with. Yes, a window failed. I'm aware of that.
Okay, so you think they had enough time in a few months to do the testing, research, and make a new window too? You know they didn't do that, right?
What were you suggesting? They flew without the fucking window? Of course they had enough time. They put another window in it, SC. Good God.
Yeah, you're too excited, Lou. You're too excited tonight.
I lose patience with idiotic remarks like that. That's all.
How about we try something else?
Waiting.
Sorry?
Waiting.
Ooh.
You're waiting?
He's waiting for you to try something else.
I did. I'm asking him if he saw the test flights of the LEM we did here on Earth.
Did I see the what?
The test flights that they did with the LEM, the lunar module, here on Earth.
Yeah, I saw every one of them, and there were exactly none.
Sorry? Did you say none?
None.
So you didn't see the one where, was it Armstrong that had to jettison seconds before his death?
That wasn't the LEM, SC.
Wasn't that the LEM?
No, that wasn't the LEM.
Then I stand corrected. What was it?
The limb wouldn't fly on Earth. But look, go. Come on now.
Yeah, come on now. Are you sure, Blue? Are you sure about this?
How much money have you got?
Look,
wow,
I saw
money. Why bring money into it?
I'm just asking SE if he'd like to make a little friendly bet here.
Ooh, just random bets, or just like, can we do one about the level and horizontal thing?
Oh yeah, we can do that too, Bev. I'd be glad to do that one. But right now we're talking about the limb.
Sweet.
Yeah, you want to run from this. I know you want to run from this.
No, I'm not running from anything. I'm not.
So
I'm
when I
sitting right
produce
here,
you
and
a
I'm not
video of
running.
them testing, hold on. If I produce you a video of them testing the LEM here on Earth, what are you going to say, Blue?
Are you going to produce a video of them testing the actual limb, a limb like landed on the moon? Is that what you're saying you can do?
It's an apparatus which they tested here, yes, which mimics the LEM, so they can
Now you're
land it here.
changing your
Yes.
story. Now you're changing your story. That's exactly what they tested. That's why I said they tested no limbs. They did not.
You have
They
no
tested a thing
freaking
called the
clue,
flying
man.
bedstead. Look it up.
You have no
They called it the
freaking
flying
clue, man.
bedstead. They
You
built
just looked it
5
up, did
of
you?
them.
You
They
just
built
looked
5.
it up,
Listen
did
to
you,
me.
you liar?
Listen to me, you lying bastards. They
Listen
built
to him.
5 of the goddamn things and trashed
First he
2
said
of them.
none. Listen to this
Armstrong.
man quiver
Listen, you
like a
lying son
little
of a
girl.
bitch. I said they never test flew an actual limb.
You hear him?
And I was
First
right,
he said
and you were wrong.
0.
0. No
He just
limb.
looked it up. He
No
found
limb.
the
I
stick.
did not look it up, SC.
He just looked it up. He found the flying stick. He probably saw the ejection that I was talking about. The
Oh,
astronaut
you're
almost
full of
killing
shit,
himself.
SC.
You're
full of
exposed.
shit. You're a
Blue.
lying asshole.
You are exposed, my friend.
You are a
Many
lying
times over
asshole.
tonight.
They never tested a limb. They had a device they called the flying bedstead. It was a jet engine powered device.
Which was
It
meant
mimicked-
to
it
resemble
mimicked
the
the way-
landing of the LEM.
It mimicked the way the limb.
Blue.
Yes,
That's right.
SC, but it was
That's
not a
right.
limb. That you said a limb.
Yeah.
You said we'll go back and play. I'm going to play this again. Y'all be playing this one on the channel too, SC.
Obviously, they're not going to fly the actual tin can, Blue.
That's not what you said. You said, had I seen the test flights of the limb? No. Nobody saw the test flights of the limb because there were none.
And when you went from none to the flying stick. Now you found the ejection seat. Now I made you look like a
bullshit,
fool.
SC.
Now
I
you
made
can
you look
change
like a
to
complete
something else.
idiot. Because it wasn't hard to do because you are a complete idiot.
See, he had to look it up. He said 0.
I haven't looked the
and when
damn
he
thing
found
up,
what I was
SC.
talking about, he
Want me to
changed
turn
his
the camera
mind.
on and show you a picture of my screen?
Yeah.
I can do that.
Uh-huh.
I'm not looking at a damn thing. I'm talking off the top of my head.
Right, Blue.
Really?
So now you're aware that they did do a simulation test.
Did you
and
do
a
that,
pilot
Blue?
did
Off the top
eject.
of your head? Is
I
that
can't turn the
wise?
camera on. I can't turn the camera on. I'm talking from my knowledge and memory of it. They built 5 of those things. 2 of them crashed.
See, you have
Neil
no clue
Armstrong
about this,
crashed
just
one
like
of
you
them.
had no clue about the escape velocity
bullshit.
and all that stuff.
SE, I haven't looked the damn thing up yet. And all you can do is misquote the stuff you look up.
So it's a research problem then.
Uh-huh. They talk about stuff, they have no clue. How about do you know anything about the propulsion system when the LEM took off? That portion of it?
The propulsion system.
Sorry?
What is that?
The
What'd you say?
propulsion? How it lifted off?
How
Do you
it
know anything
lifted
about
off.
that?
Yeah.
Go on. What was it? Solid booster? Was it? What was it? There's that giggle again. There's that giggle again.
Your questions are hilarious. Yes, absolutely hilarious.
How did the LEM, top portion of it, take off from the moon when it left? You know, when the camera pans up, what did it use? I'll give you enough time to Google it.
Now, what? No, I'm not Googling anything, SE. I'm Googling nothing right now.
Okay, tell us quick.
Tell me what tell me the question. You brought up cameras. You brought up the upper stage, you know, the upper part of the LEM.
Yeah, what propulsion did it use to take off?
What propulsion? It had a rocket engine, buddy.
Had a rocket engine. What do you
think it had? What do you think it had?
What kind of a rocket engine?
You mean what kind of fuel was it using?
I
don't recall.
Okay.
I don't remember if that was hydrazine or what they were using. You tell me. You're the one that has the the Google open on it.
I don't have no Google. I'm going by memory. This is what I remember, and I'll tell you what I find fun. Since we're talking about the LEM, right? I'm going by memory.
Okay.
So, because they were afraid to use like a switch ignition system that it failed. They didn't want it to fail, right? So what they came up with is they had two chemicals. I don't remember which ones they were.
That's just why I'm saying. Hold on a second. This is the reason why I said I don't remember if it's hydrazine or not. They used a hypergolic. You know what hypergolic means?
Go on.
No, go ahead and Google it. I'll give you a chance. I want you to look smart for the boys now.
Like I was saying, they had. Don't try to outsmart yourself, Lou.
No, look up hypergolic.
You asked me a question, right? They had two chemicals, okay, which they combined together, and when combined together, they would combust. This is how they alleviated the problem because they didn't want to have like a switch or something.
Yes, that's how hydrogen thrusters work too. That's called hypergolic.
Okay, fine, hypergolic. So, do you know what kind of what should I say? Explosion? Should I say plumes and smoke? Do you know what kind of reaction that causes?
What do you mean? What kind of chemical reaction it causes?
Yeah, like the neighboring around when that thing fires, right? What do you think? What do you think you see?
I don't know what you're fishing for, SC. What are you fishing for?
Okay, I'll tell you what I'm fishing for. It caused so much smoke and havoc that they had to evacuate some towns around or a village or something around the testing site. It causes like immense smoke, pressure. It's like mental. But when you see the thing lift off of the moon, you just see like a click. You don't even see nothing. You don't even see. What do you see exactly? Like little sparkles? What are the? How would you describe what you see when that thing lifts off?
Don't really see much of anything, do you?
Mm-hmm. That's my whole point. So you see, I'm just picking off little holes in your fantasy.
No, you're not picking off anything. You're talking about some town someplace and smoke and then talking about the LEM second stage. I have no idea where you're going with any of that.
Of course you don't. Of course you don't. That's why I took time to explain to you that those chemicals are very volatile.
You idiot. I'm the one that asked you what fucking hypergolic meant, and you couldn't even come up with the damn word.
No need for the insults, please.
Jesus Christ, SE.
He's getting upset because
Jesus God.
He said a word.
You can't even look. You've had how much time have you had to look up hypergolic? What's the problem? Look it up. Hypergolic.
What's that?
I'll tell you what. I'll do it.
Are you losing yourself?
You probably don't know how to spell it. So let me look it up and I'll post it in the chat for you.
You see what he's doing here? He had no clue what I was talking about. He had no clue about the volatility of the two chemicals. So now he's stuck on one word. He wants to act smart that he knew a word. Now he's not focusing on the fact that on the moon there was no such gas, no such volatility. Because he knows he's screwed here, right?
What do you mean there's no
that
such
giggle? Hey, hey, hey. So he wants to research a word. There's that giggle.
Oh my God. This is going to be golden, SC. There you go. Hypergolic propellant. Look at it. Read it for yourself.
You mean the two propellants that you didn't know how worked that I had to tell you what they were?
You
Those
didn't
two
tell me
propellants?
shit, SC. I'm the one that told you.
Clown.
You are such an idiot.
Everybody
There's no
heard
need
you,
for
buddy.
the insults,
Idiot.
Blue. I mean,
Everybody heard you, Blue. Everybody.
Yes, everybody's going to hear you time and time again when this is over with, too, SC.
Uh-huh.
Time and time again.
So you heard him. We mentioned a few things about the LEM, which he had absolutely no clue about. Zero.
Right, SC. We'll go back and listen and see how that really came out.
Mm-hmm.
I've got another guy in the chat there, always around. Come on in. But he says you're having all. He can't let you have all of the fun, Blue. I don't know whether he thinks it's. Is it the insults that you think that Blue's having fun at? think.
I'm having a ball.
Yeah.
I'm having a ball, actually.
Yeah. Is that because you are insulting people? So is that what you deem fun?
Yes, he's insulting me, Biff.
Do you think? I think
yes, I don't think I know so.
Keep calling him an idiot, and that's
Well,
an insult nowadays,
what's
isn't
the
it?
problem? What's the problem with that?
Well, I say, isn't that deemed an insult?
Yes, he is insulting me just as much as I'm insulting him, Biff.
One more.
Would you like for me to leave? I'll be glad to.
What was the insult that SE was throwing at you?
Biff telling people that he was telling me how this works.
Oh, that you deem that as insulting, do you?
Yes, that was very insulting.
Oh.
Like, how could somebody tell you something, right, Blue?
It's a different idea of what an insult is, I think. They do seem like contradictory, differing things. Is that so that you're telling us that when SE was saying something to you, the only way that you could deem that was call it an insult and then reply by calling SE an idiot? That was appropriate for you. Cool. Wasn't anything to do with SE, like coming up with a good argument.
He didn't come up with a good argument. But I'm sorry.
No, I know. I don't think you could see an argument, can you?
Aerosine 50 and dinitrogen tetroxide is what they used in the LEM. SE.
Or even talk
was
about
right.
it.
Two chemicals, right? I was correct.
SE, that is normal for any hypergolic fuel. It's two things. It is fuel and it's oxidizer. And they ignite on contact.
There you go.
That's what hypergolic means. That's why I asked you when you brought it up to start with if you knew what hypergolic was, and you didn't.
Does that matter whether I knew it or not?
Yes, it does.
He did describe it perfectly fine. Just because he didn't know the word doesn't mean he didn't describe it perfectly fine.
Yeah, he said super volatile or something like that, right?
Yeah.
No, two chemicals that would combust on contact. He did describe it, so whether or not he knew the word is irrelevant, Blue.
He's trying to find something. He has nothing, right?
He's trying to
find something.
No, SE was trying to say I didn't know that. I'm the one that asked him about hypergolic. Obviously, I knew what was used in the LEM.
No, when I asked you what the method was, you said, "Go on, tell me." You didn't know.
I had no idea where you were trying to go with that. What do you mean? What the method is? You ask half a question and then bitch about it when you can't get an answer.
Is that how it went, Blue?
Yeah, that's exactly how it went. SE, I could have drawn anything from that. What did you want me to tell you?
So it wasn't clear enough.
Throttleable. that you could control the thrust output from it?
So when I told you what
Did you want me to tell you how it ignited? I didn't know what question you were even asking, SE.
So when I told you what,
you brought up a camera. You want to talk about the cameras?
Out, or are you on rumpus
Go
mode?
ahead.
So when I told you what propulsion did they use to lift the top part of the LEM off, you didn't understand that.
No, I didn't. I said it was a rocket engine. That's what it was. I didn't have any idea where you were trying to take that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So now we know, right? Two volatile liquids, when combined together, make an immense reaction, right? Smoke and fire and all hell, right?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. Okay. When is it not necessarily when these two chemicals are combined that reaction does not happen?
Depends
maybe
on
underwater? Maybe underwater? Go on. I'm sorry. I didn't want to cut you off. Go on.
Depends on what the byproduct of combustion is, SE.
I asked you under what conditions, when you combine these two volatile chemicals together like they were there, under what conditions will they not produce heavy smoke, combustion, and fire and flame and thrust?
Again, it depends on what the byproducts of combustion are, SE, and what might
you
be
mean
in the atmosphere.
What do you mean byproduct?
I'm sorry, that's a science term. I shouldn't have used it.
Oh, you think I don't understand what byproducts means, right?
Apparently you don't.
What byproducts, Blue, are you referring to? What are the byproducts that are going to cause a difference, Blue, in the combustion of these two chemicals, Blue, which are volatile and always cause explosion and smoke when combined, Blue? What are the conditions?
I don't know that. Tell me what the two chemicals are, and
the
then
ones you just mentioned, the ones that we're using.
You tell me.
On the moon.
You tell me what they used, and tell me when they combine, what does it produce? What chemical is produced?
Blue, are you feeling well?
I'm just asking you to come up with a simple answer.
I asked you a question, Blue.
What are the byproducts what is the byproduct or byproducts of combustion?
Is this Blue breaking? Is this me breaking, Blue? Is this what it sounds like?
So, yeah.
How about if we use liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen?
I think I better quit now because it doesn't look good for him.
How about the byproducts from
Mobius has got a question for you.
Let's use one of the most
break you up from your ramble. Don't worry.
You're just gonna talk over me, Beth? Go ahead.
Yeah, because I mean, I don't know what you were going. SE asked you a question, you just sort of went off on a ramble. Can we interject? There's been a question that's been on the table for quite a while, I think, concerning the seismometer dish. You know, when you were constructing it, you did make it yourself, didn't you?
Hey, Beth, if you want to talk about the Cavendish experiment, do not call it that again, okay?
The one that you made, like, because you constructed it, right? Now, in the making of that, did you employ Euclidean geometry by any chance?
Did I employ Euclidean geometry?
Yeah.
In what sense?
In the sense of you using Euclidean geometry in order to make the apparatus and set it up and do all of that sort of stuff.
Oh, gee, that's a really odd question. I don't know. I don't even know how to answer it.
Try some
Let me ask you a question, and that'll help me figure out how to answer this. In your mind, is it possible to build anything and not use Euclidean geometry in some form or fashion?
You're asking me my opinion before you give yours.
Yeah, I'd like to know, is it possible to build anything without, in some way, shape, or form, having used principles of Euclidean geometry?
The straight line.
Yeah.
Yeah, straight lines, in my opinion, they do exist. Yes, and they are entirely Euclidean. Like a vertical being a straight line, that would dictate to me Euclidean geometry principles.
So if anything employs a straight line, it used Euclidean geometry, according to you, right?
Did Blue just re-ask you the question that you asked him?
Yeah. Yeah, it's called a subversal. It's wrote down in Imaginometry. Don't worry about it. We know. Yes, Blue, straight lines.
So yeah. So based on your on a question, which is
my understanding of a straight line, yes,
which is very poorly worded in the first place. In the loosest of senses, yes, you can say Euclidean geometry was used in the construction of Cavendish.
Jolly good. That's all we wanted to know. Thank you very much.
Was that it?
Yeah, that's just a question that we've been going on about for a bit. Yeah, we thought you'd try and obfuscate it, but it seems like you agreed quite readily. I mean, you did agree that you used what you call the fifth postulate, but we call the 12th axiom or the triangle axiom within your proof for non-perpendicular verticals, I think.
Yeah, it's normally called parallel postulate, but you like to call it the triangle postulate. So, okay.
No, I call it the triangle axiom.
Or triangle axiom.
Yeah, that's what it's about. It's about forming a triangle.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. And that's definitely entirely Euclidean, isn't it? That one.
Only I was looking at the other side of the line, not the side where the triangle's formed. Because if it forms a triangle on one side, what do those lines have to do on the other side?
Yeah, I know. That's a problem, isn't it?
They have to diverge, don't
they? Well, like, is that only vertical that it does that?
Any two lines that are not parallel with one another will converge and form a triangle on one side of the line that cuts them.
Yeah, that's what.
And they will diverge and never converge and never form a triangle on the other side, right?
Yeah, it can't do, can it? Because there's more.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So that's the whole basis behind the reciprocal zeniths, isn't it?
It's the thing behind a triangle being formed with the sum of two right angles.
But if you look at the other side of it and you end up with angles that add up to more than 180 degrees, those lines are clearly diverging. They are not parallel.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. That's what the thing is. It says that. That's the
Good man.
Yeah, that's the triangle axiom. Tells you on which side the triangle will be formed.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. That's Euclidean, though, right? Entirely Euclidean.
Entirely Euclidean. So now if you take two theodolites and point them at each other.
What?
Now if you take two theodolites and you point them at each other.
Yeah.
Separate them by a reasonable distance.
That's not Euclidean.
Oh, it's not.
No, it's not.
The line that they're forming, their line of sights are not. That's okay. That you don't see the similarity there between that and the parallel postulate, do you?
There's no line of sight within geometry, particularly Euclidean geometry.
Okay, all right, okay. So, so that's the basis on which you want to reject reciprocal zenith angles, right?
No, Blue, I'm saving that for the debate.
Oh, you brought it up, so we're doing it now.
No, we brought up about Euclidean geometry within your making of the apparatus.
So you don't want to talk about reciprocal zenith angles?
Well, if you want to talk about it, it is Free for All Friday. If you want to talk about them, then feel free.
Yeah, I think he was just confirming that he wants to change the subject.
No. I don't want to change the subject. What do you want to talk about?
It's up to you, Blue. This is Free for All Friday. This is my chance to not talk normally. To everybody else, that's why people come in here to chat. It's Free for All Friday. Everybody else's chance. Well, obviously, we can't let Rumpus loose because it will just be Rumpus and everybody will get really bored and start to leave.
Well, no, I'm not trying to change the subject. I don't know who said that, but I'm not changing the subject. Who said it?
I don't know. It might have been Sugar Cookie. Is he changing the... Are you helping him change the subject about who said that he's not changing the subject? So we can change the subject about having a go at the person that said about the changing the subject. Is that what you wanted to do? Do you want to help him? Sugar Cookie.
What do you want to talk about?
Yeah. What's on your mind?
We are being cordial to you, of course. Giving you respect.
What's on your mind, Blue?
What would you like to talk about?
Yeah.
LIGO, the bridge.
What's hot in the blue marble science? I must admit, I've been out of it for a bit. Have you got any proofs together or anything? How well is your reciprocal zenith angle video going down?
Actually, quite well.
Jolly good.
You read my mind, Bev. That's the new hottest thing they have. Reciprocal angles.
Well, it's not really new. I mean, it's been done ages ago.
Yeah, but they used to say plumb bobs. Now they realized how crazy dumb that sounds. Now they switched to reciprocal angles.
What's the difference in a zenith and a plumb line and a vertical? Are those words all synonymous to you or not, Issy?
Plumb is perpendicular to level, right? As vertical is perpendicular to horizontal.
So level and horizontal are not quite the same, are they? Okay, I agree with you.
Absolutely, yes.
That's right.
Vertical is Blue. Vertical, you know this. Vertical is plumb.
Okay.
So therefore,
vertical is plumb.
And plumb is perpendicular. That's your zenith as well.
Would that be plumb too?
That's vertical, yeah.
Zenith would be plumb too, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Plumb,
so all
zenith,
those things are all
vertical.
One and the same, aren't
yes, they're the same thing.
Good.
Now plumb is perpendicular to level. And vertical is perpendicular to horizontal. And if plumb and vertical... What?
I agree. But, well, okay, based on what you just said, then plumb is not perpendicular to horizontal. I agree with you.
What? No, plumb and vertical are the same thing, right? Blue?
Well, you're swapping them around, Bev.
No, I'm not. We have just agreed.
You said, I'm going to quote you. Let's see if I get it right. You said plumb is perpendicular to level.
Yes.
But vertical is perpendicular to horizontal.
Yes.
So you've distinguished between two different situations.
Well, you could say
words,
plumb is perpendicular to horizontal and level is perpendicular to vertical. Just as easy. They're the same thing.
Gotcha. You're catching on. They may not be the same.
They are the same. That's what I'm saying. Can you not see that?
They may not be.
They may not be, but they are the same.
They may not be.
Oh, wow. Well, you don't seem very certain. I'm absolutely certain that they are the same.
Totally certain. I'm absolutely certain they're not.
Oh. Well, that's a really weird one because it's sort of like a basic logical thing. If one thing is the same as... I don't want to get into it, but no doubt you'll do this when we get into the debate.
I'm sure you don't. I don't know about that.
Well, you've just said you've definitely got an opposing opinion, right? About this simple thing. So why not debate about it, right? Because we could say the topic.
Debating about it right now.
This isn't a debate, Blue. This is a discussion. It's on Free for All Friday.
Well, that's fine. That'll qualify for a debate as far as I'm concerned.
Well, that's where the thing about the debate that we've been talking about. This isn't a debate. This is just a bit of a discussion. I mean, all praise to you for coming in and trying it, attempting discussion.
Oh, okay. Well, pick a time when you want to do it, and I'll come in and we'll debate right here.
In here? I know. I think we shouldn't. Sure. You don't want to do it on big platform?
No, there's no reason.
Oh, okay. So you want to do a level is horizontal debate here?
Yeah, let's just do it right here.
Okay. Yeah, I'm up for that.
Okay, good.
We'll find some time. This sort of time? Is this good for you?
Oh, yeah, it works.
A bit late. But yeah. About midnight then. UK. It's 1 o'clock now, near enough. Sometime during the week. Any time preferable for you?
Doesn't really matter.
Okay. Sweet, set it up. Get a promotion.
Yeah, we do that.
Yeah. Just a simple level is horizontal, or level is level horizontal. How about that? Title.
Yeah, call it whatever you want.
And I will be going in the favor of it.
Okay.
Sweet. Right, so we don't want to go too deep into it now then, do we?
Well, I can go anytime. It doesn't matter. But
well, you can't just freestyle it, can you?
So that's fine.
Oh no, I want to present it properly. It's like 1 o'clock.
You got some vigor in you tonight, Blue. I mean, you're taking your vitamins. You sound good. You sound like a Scrappy. That was a compliment, by the way. Maybe not phrased the best way.
Oh, that's okay. Say what you like. I don't much mind it. It's a hell of a lot nicer than the treatment I get when I sit out there in the YouTube chat. That's for sure.
We're always nice, Blue.
Yeah.
Unless it's time not to be nice.
Have you read that chat lately, buddy?
Have you ever read your chat, Blue? I mean, come on, don't be playing this. And how much control do you have over the people that type in your chat? Do you moderate them?
I didn't say you had any control over it, Bev. I just said I'm being treated a lot nicer in here than I am out there.
So you hear that, chat?
Was there anything unclear about what I just said?
I'm talking to the chat, Blue. You were talking to them out there, weren't you? To the listeners and what they're typing in the chat.
Oh, I hadn't been paying any attention to the chat since I've been in here.
Oh, so maybe not you guys, just maybe the ones that were here whenever Blue was in the chat.
Don't you remember telling me that I shouldn't read the chat when I'm talking when I'm live?
Oh, you're taking my advice. That's well done. That's a good one. Yeah. I like that.
You told me that. Yeah.
And so that's the reason why, because of you say you get abuse.
Oh, when I was in there
well,
before I came in
stops
here,
you from getting triggered.
Got a lot of abuse out there. Most of it out of page, come to think of it.
But you, when you're giving the abuse, i.e. insulting people, you find entertainment in that. Can you consider that the people in the chat might be getting entertainment from their words that they use?
Well, all I got to do is come in that. All I got to do is come in that chat and say hello, and 10 of them will jump me every time. It never fails. You know that as well as I do. Come on.
Yeah, asking questions, right? I don't know. I don't think anybody has any animosity towards
I don't
you.
get rude with the people out there in the chat, Bev, until they push me too damn far. Then occasionally I might say something, but usually I don't. You know that too. You can go back and read it yourself.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't consider anybody in there really given any abuse.
Yeah.
You know
really?
what the text chat's like.
Oh my God, Bev. All righty.
It does it. YouTube censors a lot of stuff.
We'll go back and see how
many
names Paige called me in that chat tonight.
Paige.
Come on, you and Paige have a love affair going back I don't know how long. Come on, guys. Cut it out.
Yeah. Paige is good.
Oh, yeah. I like Paige.
It's not that she's a woman, is it, Lou?
Don't care who she is. It's just a name.
Yeah. She's Australian. You have met a few Australians, right? You know what Australians are like.
Feisty they are.
Rude and obnoxious, yes.
Like Terry. You can't be saying that, huh?
Or my buddy Bandsaw?
Yeah.
How dare you? I'm going to tell Bandsaw, Blue, you said that.
Yeah, tell Bandsaw I said he's rude and obnoxious. He'll laugh. Okay, so I guess you guys got nothing, huh?
Got nothing for what?
Nothing else. I've cleared up all your questions. You now know why. You now know why the rocket slows down.
No, not really.
Okay.
We know your story.
Do they just change the number from one number to another? And
He just said one word. I asked him from 17,500 miles an hour, should be 25, but let's say that, to 1,400. And you said gravity. One word.
Yes. Yes.
Magic.
Not magic. Gravity.
So the answer to your question, if you answered it, was no. That's not a satisfactory answer. Sorry, Blue.
Okay.
You did ask, right? How about the mass issue? Did we settle the mass issue, you think?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Mass has a definition. Density has a definition. Weight has a definition.
Wow, we're going to definitions straight quick. That was 3 definitions on the trot. That.
I believe I've adequately schooled you guys on all of those.
You said it. School. Yep. School. Like a professor.
Yeah. Sort of like that.
Preach your words, Blue.
Sort of like that.
I've heard them all before.
Blue has definitions, though.
Well,
don't question the professor.
Are they contradictory definitions?
If you've heard those descriptions before, you would have done well to have remembered them because they are correct.
So just to do a little small backstory, you said the very thing that the rocket is escaping to go where it wants to go is the very thing that is preventing it from going there, slowing it down. Just want that to be clear.
It's a really simple free body diagram. It's not hard to work this one out. Once the rocket engine stops firing, there's only one force acting on that rocket.
Can you fire a rocket in space?
Of course you can.
Sure about that?
Absolutely.
And you've been to space to test it?
No, I've watched them do it.
Shadow giants.
CGI. Yeah, I've seen that.
CGI, yeah, that's your standard excuse.
What do you mean excuse?
That's all it is. You guys are just grasping
Take
at
a
straws.
low-level vacuum and
Go
show
right ahead. That's fine.
Peter and Pete
I've
did it.
gotten used to it.
Oh, don't mention Peter and Pete.
No.
Touchy.
Oh, Peter and Pete, yeah, they're hilarious. I love those guys.
They are, aren't they? They've got loads better recently. They have done some really good stuff recently.
Really good stuff. You should watch it.
Yeah, they're funny. I do watch them occasionally when I need a laugh.
Yeah. I like the way they bounce the humor off each other. Pretty good.
Didn't they do one on Blue?
Yeah, they did one on me. They've tried to start it, but I'm not falling for it. I don't really care. Yeah, it's kind of like going to fight the flat Earth to debate Bev. I have no reason to want to give Peter and Pete any publicity.
No, I
Your
think
buddy fight the flat Earth?
You wouldn't want to give him some money for having the historic level is not horizontal presented by Blue Marble Science.
No.
Wow.
Wow, he told me just the other day that he was a friend of yours. When I asked him, do you know Blue? He said, yeah, he's a friend of mine.
Yeah, I know Curry quite well. Thank you. But I don't see any, there's no upside for me. And all I do is give Bev some publicity, and I don't have any intention of doing that.
Oh, come on, little Bev here. You don't want to throw him a little bit of, come on, what's wrong with you?
Sure I do.
You don't want to spread your wealth around a little bit?
Nope.
What's the matter? What kind of a Christian? Oh, no, I don't think you are a Christian.
Didn't say I was.
Sorry.
No way.
Yeah, so that's why doing the debate right here will be perfect.
Shocker.
Keep it quiet. Keep your proof quiet. You don't want to let anybody.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, well, you'll have your 30 people watching, and I'll have my 70, and that'll be good enough.
But you could have 1,000 if you go on your buddies.
Don't need it.
Do you not want to do it on Dave Weiss? You know, humiliate everyone. We do it over there.
Nah.
No. Do you think we should do it well enough that we could give it to Dave Weiss and then he could present it on his channel thing? Because I think...
No, I think that's one of the things we ought to stipulate.
What?
It's free for you to use, free for me to use. Everybody else needs to keep their hands off of it.
Here comes the conditions.
Oh, what do you mean? Like, so we couldn't, like, freely give it to somebody else to watch? Is that not? I don't know.
Hey, Bill, you're going to make a recording of it, and I'm going to make one.
Yeah, we do it live, won't we?
You want to give yours away? That's fine. Give it away.
We're doing it live, though, right?
I can't stop that. I'm going to do mine, and it will not be for free.
What? It won't be live?
If somebody wants to use it under the terms of fair use, that's fine, but they're not just going to mirror it.
Oh, right. Oh, okay. Blue Marble Science is keeping it exclusive to Blue Marble Science. Not for the good of everyone.
Well, it falls under the
knowledge
category of my shit
education.
belongs to me, not you. That's how that works. You want to give yours away? Be my guest. I don't care.
Yeah. Education purposes, I think I would like to go with for the trivium.
Yeah, but he did say we could take his recording, and if we talk over it, it's cool with him. Right, Blue?
All you got to do is make the terms of fair use.
Right. Let me ask you, when you do a video like that, what would you consider talking like every so often? Like how many is there? Like, is there a limit? How does that work? Do you know? Let's say the video is 5 minutes. Do you have to talk every so often, every minute, every 30 seconds? Is there like a thing, a quota, shall we say?
Well, let me put it this way. What Sean Hawkins does is way too much. Okay.
Yeah.
He makes his live streams are just about unwatchable because he interrupts so damn much. There has to be a happy medium. I mean, if you're trying to debunk something I say, okay, fine, use it. Do that. You're welcome to do that. Don't just mirror one of my streams. That's not fair use.
All right, fair enough.
Now, I may very well decide it's just fine, but you need to ask me. Don't just fucking do it.
That's also fair enough. Okay.
Yep.
See, you can't argue with logic there, Lou. No matter who says it. If it's logic, it's logic. That's it, man. You can't argue with it. Had I argued with you, I would look like a fool right there. That's why when you asked me to take down the video, what did I do? I took it down, right?
Yeah, you did the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
And you understood my point too, didn't you?
Well, I thought you were a bit soft on the matter, but yeah, I got your point. But I can understand how you got ticked off. What was the subject again? That I forgot what it was, to be honest with you.
Oh hell, I don't remember now.
Was it what direction is down?
No,
Was
I
it
don't
that?
think so. I don't think it was that. I don't remember what it was now.
Oh no, now I remember. The changing of the R. The changing R value.
Variable
That's what it was.
R.
Yeah, the variable R.
Oh yeah.
So that triggered you a little bit, huh?
Well, it didn't trigger me at all, SA. Why would that trigger me?
Well, because you asked me for the first time not to show a video of yours.
No, I asked you to make a point. I ask you to abide by fair use. Make a point. If you think there's something wrong with what I said, say so. Say what you think is wrong. You didn't
Yeah,
do
but
that.
we were having an exchange. I was in your YouTube chat, and you were talking to me live, right? So I figured that's pretty fair use. I mean, I was in the combo.
Only at the very and no, you weren't in the convo. You were not. You were in the chat, SE. And I made one remark after you kept going on with your bra ha 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 shit. I made one remark toward you. That was all. You know that. Come on.
So you were reading the chat then when you were doing that, and SE was affecting you, right, in your stream. That's what I think SE was.
So what was wrong with variable R, SE? How do you think it works with an ellipsoid? Do you think the radius is constant with an ellipsoid?
Well, since we're talking about...
Say what, Beth?
The radius is part of a circle.
Do you not realize that an ellipsoid has 2 radii, Beth?
2?
What?
Oh, God. Let me Google something else for you, boys.
2 separate circles have 2 different radii.
Come on, Beth.
Really?
Well, he said 1.
No. A radii, right, is part of a circle, and you said there's 2, so there's 2 circles.
Bev, how far did you go in math?
He said an ellipsoid
Yes,
has
an
two.
ellipsoid. Yes, an ellipsoid has 2 radii.
2?
So that's a circle.
Yes,
An
no,
ellipsoid
it's
is
not
a circle.
2 circles.
Oh my God.
3 circles.
More than 2.
But we were talking about variable radii. Let's keep that in mind now. You're going to come up with 2, fine, but we'll address the variable part after as well. Because that has some severe applications for Artemis. I will leave that for later.
There you go. Got it?
Wow.
This is really simple stuff, guys.
What about the difference of the radii in between those 2? Would you class them as different radii or not? Or do you think there's only 2? Because that defines, the radii defines a circle, right?
Hold on. Does he? The way he said it is like he meant 2 radii. Do you mean 2 different lengths here? Is that what you're saying? Explain yourself more clearly.
An ellipse has a major axis and a minor axis, semi-major, semi-minor axis.
And perpendicular to those axes.
So it has 2 center points?
No, it's got a single center point.
Okay. So a single center point with 2 varying radii.
No, the radii, the semi-major and semi-minor radiuses are fixed. But at any point in between, the radius, the distance back to the center of the ellipsoid changes.
So more than 2? See,
it has a semi-major and a semi-minor axis.
That's what it says there,
and
yeah.
Each of those have a radius. Each of those are circles.
Yeah, that's what I said. 2 circles, because you've got 2 radii. You've
That's
got 2
right.
circles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. Good.
Uh-huh.
Did you understand
and you said
what
no.
you said?
And you said no.
Yeah.
Did you understand what you said, Bev?
Yes, I said a radius is a part of a circle. And you said a shape has 2. And I said, what, 2 circles? And you said no. And then now you've just said 2 circles.
The radius, the ellipsoid has a semi-major and a semi-minor axis. And they're perpendicular to each other.
The axes are. Yeah.
The axes are
like the X and the Y, yes.
Yeah.
And if you have 2 radii, then you have 2 circles.
Now the radius at any point, radius being defined as the distance from the surface of that ellipsoid back to the center point of the ellipsoid.
Mm-hmm.
That
a
changes.
Line segment extending from the center of a circle or
that
sphere
changes.
to the circumference or bounding surface.
That changes.
It doesn't. Not in a circle, it doesn't. The
in
radius
an ellipse,
is
it does. In an ellipse, it does.
It changes from a circle. Because a radius is part of a circle.
The length of it, of the distance from the center to the surface changes continuously.
So not 2 then. Which is it does say that there, right? So there's a bit of a problem, right?
That's not a problem.
It's not a problem.
Quite simple. Quite simple.
it's quite simple that a radius is a part of a circle. And you said 2, meaning 2 circles.
I'm looking up something. Hang on.
There's a guy in the chat imagining somebody arguing about the shape of a planet. We're just talking about an ellipse here and circles. But he's imagining a planet. No, we're just talking about circles and ellipses and geometry and the geometric terms.
Well, actually, I was talking about
that's a model affliction, isn't it? Crazy.
Actually, I was talking about a planet.
No, we were talking about a radius, a circle.
Well, you can talk about whatever you want to, Biff. I'm talking about the planet we live on.
No way, that's massive model affliction. That don't be doing that.
Ellipsoid. Don't tell me what to do and not do, Biff. I'll leave if you'd like.
It's free for all Friday, Blue.
But don't presume to tell me what to do.
Well, we were just talking about a radius, and you're the one that said you were talking about a planet. Surely you weren't trying to make some sort of geometric connection from
in the YouTube live stream that SE and I were discussing. That's exactly what I was talking about. I was talking about a planet. I was talking about the ellipsoid of the Earth, because you guys tried to make a big deal out of the fact that the north end of Pontchartrain Bridge is closer to the center of the Earth than the south end of it is. And that's because we live on an oblate spheroid, an ellipsoid. That's where it came from.
So would that be a vertical change? Or would you imagine that's a vertical change?
A vertical change with respect to what?
What do you call vertical? In respect to the vertical datum.
It's actually a change from the distance from the center of the ellipsoid to the surface of it, Bev. That's what it is a change in.
So is level equidistant from somewhere?
Is level equidistant from somewhere on the Earth?
In reality, Blue, do you imagine that level is equidistant from a point? I have to try and get it as...
I imagine that level is at an equal gravitational potential. Those are points of equal gravitational potential. And one could say that it should be equidistant from the center of the Earth. And that would be true if the Earth were a sphere, but it's not. It's a...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So do you imagine that one end of the bridge and the other end of the bridge has a different vertical datum in reference to your presumed level, which is equidistant from a point? Is there a difference?
Datum that you're talking about, if the vertical datum you're talking about is sea level, the answer is no. They're the same.
Which is the same?
The
level, the distance from the level.
The distance from sea level to the bridge, that distance, that vertical distance, is the same at both ends of the bridge.
Okay. So that isn't the equidistant level from a center point. That's not the same level. That's a different one.
That's right. That's right.
So you have two different levels. And how much difference is there from one end of the bridge to the other end of the bridge between your differing levels?
Oh, I think it's not differing levels, Bev. They're the same level.
But you've got one that's equidistant from a center point and one that's equidistant from a sea level. No, you're saying sea level.
From sea level, they are the same distance above sea level.
Okay, now sea level, how does that relate to the level that is equidistant from a point.
What point are you talking about, Bev? Now, are you talking about the center of the Earth?
Well, is that the point that you could measure to? The one that you say equidistant to, the one that you were just talking about before, that level.
The point that we're talking about would be the center of the Earth, and that distance is shorter at the north end of the bridge than it is at the south end of the bridge by about 100 meters, I think.
Right. So there is a difference between the equidistant from a point level and the level that is established from the mean sea level of about 100 meters.
Bev. Stop saying equidistant.
It's not equidistant from mean sea level then, is it not?
You can't be saying that. You're contradicting yourself.
No, I'm trying to establish on the blue marble science model of what you imagine level to be. Can you tell me whether it's reference to mean sea level or the equidistant from a point? Because you can't imagine that mean sea level is a point, can you?
I'm not imagining mean sea level as a point. I'm imagining mean sea level to be all points of an equal gravitational potential, Bev. That's what I'm imagining.
Right, and there is a difference between the equal gravitational potential and the equidistant from a point.
Yes.
Right.
I think.
And do you call them both level?
No, Bev. No. I told you what level is, and I'm not going to say it but one more time. So I want you to write this down, okay? And so that we can be very clear about that. Level on that bridge is referenced to sea level. Both ends of the bridge are exactly the same height above sea level, that being the datum that was used. Is that clear enough?
Okay, so both of them are at the same height above mean sea level.
Above mean sea level, that's right.
And where would mean sea level be established? Do you know?
Well, for us, it's generally the North American vertical datum,
which is established mean in the Great Lakes.
It's been agreed to, and the point is actually in Canada.
On the Great Lakes?
No, it's on the river, but...
On a river? I don't know. I've never
SE lives not too far from there.
I think it's right up where I'm at, but it's not. I don't know if it's a river. It's up north from where I'm at. Last time we checked.
Nice.
What's that
but
called?
It's quite a drive. It's quite a drive.
So they're all an equidistant above or below that point.
Yeah, that point's carried all over North America.
By a level.
Yeah.
And I say a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
And I say a level is a tool to establish 2 points of equal gravitational potential.
In the center only of it?
I presume Bev's talking about a water level, right?
Any level. Every level.
No, not at any level.
Yeah, a tool, a level, is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. That's every level.
No, not exactly.
Yes, exactly.
No, not exactly. An auto level establishes a horizontal plane of reference. A water level establishes 2 points of equal gravitational potential.
Communicating vessels, not just two.
Not the same.
Communicating vessels, you can have multiple.
Yeah, you can. Why don't you do that sometime?
We did.
No, you haven't.
Nuh-uh.
Yes, we did.
Well, all right.
Have you never seen the Realising Euclid Test? Straight line.
Are you talking about the one where you tried to overlap the two water levels?
Where we did. We didn't try to. We actually did.
And you think you proved something?
Yeah, Realising Euclid. Straight line.
Yeah.
Proposition 1, book 11.
What you actually proved was that water is level, and you did that using a water level. Thank you very much, Bev. That was brilliant.
No, it's a Realising Euclid test.
No, it's not Realising Euclid. It's just proving that water finds its equal gravitational potential. That's all it's proving. And we've told you over and over and over again how to prove that what we say is true. That water, the level of that water is curving.
No, you do know?
Just like we saw on the bridge in Pontchartrain. Just like you see there.
No, you're not equating that bridge at Pontchartrain, are you, to the Realising Euclid?
No, the bridge at Pontchartrain shows you the curvature of the water.
Curvature?
Absolutely.
Are you going with the hump? Are you with Mr. Sensible? Are you going with the hump?
There's a 90-foot sagitta in the center of that bridge.
The hump, yeah.
I didn't say hump. I said sagitta.
Yeah, but you have the internalized horizontal chord tangent plane, don't you?
No, it's not a tangent plane. That was a typo. You fucking well know it, and stop doing that, Bev.
Bev, Blue is never wrong. He just misspeaks or mistypes.
Yeah. Twice he did that.
Well, have a good evening, fellas.
Okay. Thanks for coming in, Blue. And we'll sort this debate out. I'm eager to show everybody what I've learned.
Oh, I'm quite eager to show everybody what you've learned too, Bev.
Jolly good.
Good evening, Blue. Thank you for the chat.
Always interesting.
I didn't mean to scare him off. I didn't, did I?
You're a bad man. You're a bad man, sir.
Yeah, I think you're part of it, Sugar Cookie. Obviously part of the game. You pulled Blue out. You tap him on the shoulder.
I knew he was an agent.
Yeah.
It sounded like Blue was recording that, so.
Oh, yeah, I hope so.
No doubt he's going to be putting that out on his. See, so even Blue Marble Science knows where the best place to come is for content. He said he was going to enjoy that and play it a lot. So, come on in, have a chat. Hope everybody can have as good a time as Blue Marble. And we sorted out the debate. Say you're blessed. He doesn't want to do it anywhere else. He wants to do it here.
I got to give him kudos. He has guts. Good on you, Blue. Good on you.
So if he does come over, we want you guys in the chat to be on your best behavior.
We're all going to go on mute, every one of us. After all, it's going to be you and Blue. That's the word given. That's the word going to be kept.
Yeah, he laid out the 15 minutes opening stuff. We'll have to find who wants to do the. It's only right that Emma does it, right? Moderating.
Yeah.
Got a rumpus in the chat.
Yeah, I don't know. He's been muted.
Oh, I didn't see the red line. My bad.
Yeah.
Already? Fuck.
He comes in hot. If he would have kept his cool like Blue, we could have had a conversation. But you know, it's a rumpus.
Yeah, he starts one too many insults. We got some proper chat trolls tonight. This is getting a bit bad today. I mean, the injection of the new guys. Welcome. If you ever feel brave enough to come on in and have a chat, get yourself out of the text chat trolling. Attempt a conversation, a discussion. You're welcome to come in. Click the link on the Discord. Come in. I'm going to be shutting it down soon. This has been a good Friday, free for all Friday. But you want to come round over the weekend? That's when the good stuff happens. And Buster's doing some good music stuff at the minute. You get a chance to listen to his development of his tunes. Live Buster. Anyone got any final words? Anything rumpus? No?
I'd like to say a big shout out to Blue.
Yeah, he's made the show tonight. Thank you very much, Blue.
And don't listen to people that they say we're rude and we're insulting, and no, we're everything but that. Unless, of course, we have to be.
No, we're not famous for booting all Globers, so that's a bit ridiculous, but hey, they've got to do what they've got to do. Thanks for joining. Come into the Discord over the weekend. If anything good happens, we'll go live, but probably not. See you on Monday. Model Affliction Monday coming up.
Wish I could work in some more licks.
never measure words in the real world. All you show is your stupid carbon. You never back your plane. Your world is full of illusions, contradiction between fact and fiction. I know you never back your plane. It's like driving the wrong way down a one-way street. And they pour your pride right in front of your feet. Straight lines converge in the distance. Why do I get so much resistance? I know you'll never prove me wrong. All we get are physics deniers, pathologic compulsive lies. I know you'll never prove me wrong. It's like driving the wrong way down a one-way street. And they pour your path right in front of your feet. The paradoxes and confusion. Your mind is in delusion. We all know you're insane. We all know you're insane. You try to explain your stupid tangents. I can see why everybody's so frantic. I know you'll never back your planes. It's like driving the wrong way down a one-way street. And they pour your path right in front of your feet. Paradoxes and confusion. Your mind is in delusion. Oh, we all know you're insane. We all know you're insane.